Wow. Yeah. Much love and respect to everybody in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, this is going to be a little quick one. I ain't trying to be here too long. Just want to address something and just to talk about something here real quick. All right. So yeah, if you're moderator and you see the trolls come in, just take care of them. Like they think they get clout here. Nobody's going to get clout here or their 5 minutes of fame or anything like that. So make sure to take care of them, you know. All right. Again, let me go to the beginning. Saw a couple people right there saying they were cool people. Yeah, and I'm no Freemason. I don't know what you mean by that. You keep asking that. So, because I threw up a Rasta sign, the Rasta Trinity sign that the Rastas do, Rastafari's do. I'm standing right next to a Jamaican musician, Egyptian, because I used to interview famous Jamaican singers when they used to come to Costa Rica to concert. All right. So are you coming here to attack me personally, man? Are you coming here just to try to kill my character? All right. Prove that I'm a Mason. If that's what you're saying, prove it, man. Again, the title of this video is called Emotions and Opinions versus Documented Facts. But I get it. It's all about that money bag, right? Yeah. Shout out to Bag for What's Mine. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Shout out to Antonio for the beat. All right, so we're gonna address a lot of things. I'm gonna be looking at the chat today a lot because people got a lot of opinions. So again, emotions and opinions versus documented facts. All right. So, you know, I'm not trying to do anything. You know, I'm just reading books and I'm reading them with you right in front of you. I ain't trying anything. This is not my information, my opinions, my agenda. This has nothing to do with me. They try to make it about me. They try to put the finger on me, distract people like they always do. Like they always do. These gatekeepers. Unpaid gatekeepers, that's the worst thing about it. They ain't even paid. They just choose. They just practice cognitive dissonance. Yeah, we're gonna talk about cognitive dissonance. Yep, I'm gonna talk about it. Martin Luther King, man. As long as your mind is enslaved, the body can never be free, man. Psychological freedom and a firm sense of self-esteem is the most powerful weapon against the long night of physical slavery. But your mind is still enslaved, man. The highest form of ignorance is when you reject something you don't know anything about. How you gonna debate, so-called debate me, and you've never even watched my presentations or even researched what I'm telling you? This is something new to you. Just admit it, man. It's okay. It's okay if you never come across this information, man. At one point, we learned from these old school scholars and we respected what they were showing us and telling us. And we were like, wow, yeah. And we researched it and verified it. And guess what? We didn't stay there. We kept researching. We kept researching. You want to reject something you know nothing about. Yet you have music videos, right? You got music videos called Grandma's Land. You got music videos called Grandma's Land, right? You got music videos. All right, hold on. Let me go into something real quick. Let's see what we got here. See what we got here. All right. Shout out to ODB. I know who ODB is, right? Shout out to ODB, who has Shinnecock ancestry. Let's just hear from himself and his mom. Let's hear from themselves. Oh, hey, Killer, I know you know this because you're from the Wu-Tang. I know you know about Shinnecock's ancestry, right? Are you saying that those so-called black folks who are saying they're Shinnecock, they're also slaves too? Why didn't you have my back, man? Why don't you tell the elder he was wrong, man? Not everybody came out of slavery, man. Buffering is good on my end. I don't know. Refresh your page, Selma. All right. I'm going to get this real quick, like it's the first time. This is from my part 1 of my video from Indigenous American to African American. one of the videos that started it all way back 3-4 years ago. All right. So we've been on a long journey in these last 3 to 4 years, showing a lot of sources, doing a lot of research together. And we've never been hating on anybody or going to anybody's platform and talking or debating, right? Or talking about what they look like and, you know, being prejudiced towards them. All right.
The drugs, the crime, the poverty. These were tough neighborhoods, but there were also places where his family had been for countless generations. In fact, Dirty could trace his lineage back to a time when there was no New York City, just the wilderness of North America. He was 1/4 Shinnecock Indian.
Yeah, his family's been there since when? For ages. Where? In New York, right there, Long Island area, Shinnecock, Manhattan. For ages. They can trace back their family for ages. They didn't come from Africa. Not everybody came from Africa. And in fact, the Middle Passage wasn't even from Africa. They did a total brainwash, a reverse of history. We got to break the spell. This ain't personal. This ain't personal. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. That's just a fact. It's not about complexion. Complexion don't tell you your tribe or your nation. Complexion is not automatically a sign of nationhood. Let's keep going, all right? He was Shinnecock. They can trace their time even before the Europeans got there. What you talking about? Yo, Killer, why didn't you back me up? You know this history when the elder was going off and all your boys were going off. I respected you, man. I lost all respect, man, after yesterday, man, for that fiasco you guys pulled off last night.
My great-grandfather was an Indian chief, Shinnecock, from the Shinnecock Reservation in Long Island, Riverhead. So that's where my mother met my father in Long Island. Dirty just carried his heritage to the limit, you know.
We're Indians. We're Indians. We're Indians. We're Indians.
Is any clear? All right. So you're gonna say she's lying? She looked like you guys. You're gonna say she's hating on her so-called black people? She knows her genealogy. The elder didn't even know what a genealogy was. I'm trying to explain to him. It doubles every time. He's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about backwards? Well, no. Of course, man. We're talking about ancestors. We ain't talking about descendants. I said ancestry, genealogy. All right. And I thought out of everybody that was gonna be there, I saw you coming in. I'm like, okay, he's gonna come, be respectful. He's gonna try to talk to me. He's gonna show these young dudes how to act respectfully. But guess what? They send their Michael Jordan. They send their Michael Jordan. That was their Jordan. The elders coming, the master teacher. Oh. And guess what? Me and the brother with the black shirt was starting to build. He even agreed that the 13 colonies was established by Moors. He said that. We was already kind of building. We was starting to build, and guess who came out of nowhere with his disrespect, with his agent status, with his agent's moves, with his disrespect. This guy, let me tell this guy, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I say, and they used to say, yeah, we Indian, we sold Manhattan. I said, well, listen, they sold Manhattan for trinkets. So he always said, well, we're going to try to get it back. I said, Rusty, please. You're not getting it back, so forget it.
The Indian that sold Manhattan took the white and my grandmother.
All right, real quick. Just want to show some images. I'm trying to cool down, trying to be good. You know, it was a learning experience for me. It's always an opportunity to learn here things. Everything happens for a reason. I just want to address something. First of all, I appreciate everybody who send me messages, send me emails, left me comments, and trying to help me and support me and let me know they felt the pain with me. you know and yeah, we really feel the pain because we want people to actually learn. We want the truth to go out. I'm about truth. I'm not about complexions. I'm not about what they thought Spanish people or whatever they call Native American, or as they were calling me, Mexican. I'm not for Mexicans or South Americans. I'm for truth. Truth. This truth makes you uncomfortable. I understand that a lot of you invested all your lives in a lie. You went to college, you got a PhD, because the elder was asking me, what's your college degree? Like, does that prove anything? Because you're indoctrinated, you got an award because you got indoctrinated in their bull history, because you got indoctrinated and they awarded you a PhD, you're a doctor now in the hijack. You're a professional in the hijack. Thank you. You graduated and you paid money for it. You paid money for a lie. You paid money for a lie. And I understand that hurts. I know you feel personal, but I get it. It's all about that money bag, right? I get it. It's not about information anymore. We're dealing with entertainers. And I get that. You get it? We're dealing with entertainers. I get that. So we stay in our lanes, man. I'm not an entertainer. I wasn't supposed to go entertain, but that's what happened last night. That was entertainment. Are you not entertained? Weren't you entertained, guys? So you see the chat was going up. I saw a lot of dollar bills going up. It's all about that money bag, right? So while we're arguing and screaming and being disrespectful and childish, all of us, including me, of course I'm going to defend myself. You think I'm going to let people talk over me and talk straight up crap right in my face and put words in my mouth? When you don't even know me personally, you haven't even watched one presentation, and you taking one thing I said personal. You said one thing I said personal. You want to show me Zulu pictures? Really? That's your source? Pictures of Zulu people? That's your source? James Monroe sending people to Africa. Americans. That's your source? People joining an organization called the UNIA that has the word African in it. That's your source because they joined an organization that made them African? That was your source? These are your sources? You Googling stuff right in front of me live. You're Googling stuff. You're using Google. I showed you a primary source, and the elder said, we don't go off those sources. We don't go off those sources. What do you mean? You don't go off scholarly sources? What kind of sources you go off then? You talking about monkey bones, or you spitting on a bone? Alex Haley roots? Oh, I get it. Alex Haley roots, right? Alex Haley roots. Oh, he got sued for plagiarizing a fictional book, Alex Haley. He had to admit in court that he made it all up. He copied it, the characters and everything. They were in the fictional book. Those weren't his ancestors. Now, there's a different story in genealogy to Alex Haley, and it's going to bring him more closer to home here in America and Europe, not Africa. That's just facts. You guys can research this. I wasn't supposed to go there try to prove myself to anybody. I don't play those games. I've done the work. I got witnesses. My work is up. Where is your work? Where is your documents and your sources, your slave ships, your genealogy showing me that you are African? Your conjectures and your assumptions and your opinions are not scholarly sources. You guys got to learn what a primary source is. That's the first thing you got to know what a source is. All right, source up or shut up. I'm gonna give you some examples. All right? Yeah, I guess he's not so-called black. He's from Oregon. I guess they not so-called black. I guess they must be slaves too. No, sorry, they're indigenous people from tribes, from indigenous tribes. The Black Americans suing to reclaim their Native American identity. Just Google that right now. Just Google that so you can read the whole article. I read it all in one of my parts. You're gonna tell her she's African? Are you gonna tell her she's African too and all her ancestors were slaves? And you're gonna tell her she hates herself because she's claiming to be an American Indian? Just read the article, man. Talk about knock it off, knock it off. No, you knock it off, man. That was very childish of you, man. I don't know who these people were, if they were supposed to be scholars, if that's his expertise panel. But I'm sorry, brother, you look really bad last night, man. You know, you're the same as S.A. Nader, Garfield, all these other Pan-Africans. You're the same way. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. You thought I was gonna let y'all slander me right in front of me, lie about me, right? That's a lie. You made up many lies. I know what slander means. You always trying to attack my character. You guys never addressed anything I said or verified it. It was very simple. Even you, AD, you're the moderator in the background, right? You're the moderator in the background, AD. Why didn't you pull up the sources? I told you, Google it. You guys wanted sources so bad. Why didn't you Google that real quick? It's very quick. These are common mainstream facts, common knowledge, not my opinions, common knowledge. Let me show you a painting they did of the Indians in Niagara Falls. They're really tiny down here. So I did a little zoom in. All right. Are these people's complexion the same as this pale-skinned person right here? Don't worry, I'm gonna get to the primary sources. Because since you guys wanted to talk about drawings yesterday, they were so mad because I had the Black Panther thing behind me. They were so mad at that. They literally quoted the Black Panther movie as their source for the African traditions. They literally quoted the Black Panther movie. They haven't watched my Black Panther presentation. If you guys, somebody in this crowd hasn't, I recommend you guys watch that. Undeniable proof. They stole that movie, that whole concept. The whole thing about Black Panther is an American indigenous tradition and story. Talk about stealing. Talk about plagiarism on a major level. But we've been chill. We know we've been chill. We ain't complaining, man. We know all the wrong that's been done, man. And we're hoping when we go on these panels. Let me tell you, because you guys got to understand. I met Vinny a couple weeks back, a month ago, maybe. We've met a couple times. Very good person. He really enjoys my information and my presentations. And he's like, yo, hey, I want to help spread the word, man. I just feel like everybody should know this. You know, you got sources and stuff. I mean, who can debate this stuff, really? Right? Okay, fine, man. Like, if you can get me on, sure, I'll go on. Why not? Right? I didn't even know Killer Priest had a YouTube. I don't follow. I didn't know, man. I don't that whole thing. I'm on another wavelength. All right, love. We building over here. We are a tribe and a community over here. And if you're new today and you're coming from Killer Priest, you're gonna notice that today. We vibe here, man. We love, we peace, we honor our ancestors, all of them, all the lines, not just one grandma you think you know. You putting words in your grandma's mouth. She never told you she came out of no slave ship from Africa. Stop lying, man. Stop lying. Stop lying, man. And I asked you if you knew all your ancestors. The glove. The glove. That's your name? The glove. You about to catch some heat, glove. Yeah. I don't care how old you are, man. And I just wanted to address everybody. If you don't know me, I'm 39. Almost. I'm basically 39 in January. You know, almost 40. I'm not no kid either. I mean, I know, hey man, hey. You eat natural, you live good with love. You might start looking young too. You eat naturally. Take care of yourself. Eat good, man. Don't be living with hate. Don't be all prejudice and stuff. That makes you old. Hate, anger, all that. Prejudice, all that. That makes you old. That makes you old, man. Yeah, that's probably why you look old. You might not even be an elder. You just look old because you old. Yeah, you too old school. You stuck in 1993. 1993 graduates that never kept researching. Stuck on Malachi York, Ivan Ben Serdum, and all these people. I've got comments of people who personally knew them and personally told me, man, it was hard to let go of this things I learned from them. And they didn't have access to primary source. And then they're giving them, saying, hey, at least we know they didn't have the sources of the same material. Or did they? I mean, you couldn't travel to a university and I mean you had the money, right? You couldn't travel to a university or something and read the same books that are now scanned that I'm reading in the archives. You really had no access to these books, or you weren't looking that way. You didn't care to look that way. Were you brainwashed too? So when we talk about theories, right? It's theories are fact. I just want to ask everybody, is theories are fact? It's called the out of Africa theory. Theory. Out of Africa theory. Are theories facts? And I'm still waiting on one slave ship. One. So we're dealing with theories, right? We're dealing with monkey bones, theories, spitting in a tube, and Alex Haley's roots. Those your sources, and we added 2 new ones last night. James Monroe, right? And the Zulu pictures. If you guys seen the Zulu pictures, hey man, that's enough proof. That's enough proof, man. Look at the Zulu pictures. Pictures of modern day people. What does that prove, man? Are you serious? Like, are you seriously showing me that, man? This was embarrassing for me to go step down out of my level. Step down, because I don't do this. I don't do this. But I gave you my time. I gave you, out of respect to Vinny, I trusted Vinny. Vinny trusted you. You told Vinny you weren't going to have anybody else on the panel. Vinny promised me that. I told Vinny, are you sure, man? These guys seem like Pan-Africans, Vinny. Are you sure they're not going to get disrespectful and all emotional, man? Because it always happens, Vinny, with Pan-Africans. Hey, Vinny, I know it wasn't your fault, man. You really, really, really kind of wanted me to get to them. I know, I get it. But I hope you learned, Vinny, that people choose to be ignorant. People choose cognitive dissonance. And not everybody can be hot. Not everybody can be saved, or whatever you want, however you want to phrase it. I'm not a savior. But not everybody's willing to learn. They're stuck in their own ways. They're stuck in 1993, class of 1993, Pan-Africanism. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm a crayon color and I'm proud. I'm a crayon color and I'm proud. We're looking at the Miller Atlas 1519 map of South America. This is just a little part of it zoomed in. Let me just zoom in real quick. All right. Again, I got like 3 or 4 videos just on drawings and images like this, historical depictions of American Indians. Videos that are like an hour and a half, 2 hours each, of just nonstop images. That's just images. And then I got hours and hours of primary sources. And then we got genealogy. And you got James Monroe and a flag? Seriously? You showed me a flag? What is that supposed to prove? And they gave him dab, like, oh, that shit was ill. Yo, that was ill, man. You debunked Kurimeo, man. That was so ill. Yeah. See, the thing is, I know he played the role. I know that's his voice. He ain't gonna. To me, that was really fake. Where I'm from in Boston, fakery it's not good over there. We don't like fake stuff. We don't like fake people. We don't like fake love. All right, we don't like that. As a host, You're supposed to control your panelists, man. As a host, you're supposed to know that I'm the guest. You invited me. You're supposed to do some recon, some research on who I am to see if I am pseudo or don't have sources as you were agreeing with them. KP, you literally told me at one point in the well, you got no sources, you came unprepared. I'm like, what? I had to check you on that right there, man. I'm like, nah, man. I didn't come here to debate or prove anything. I don't know what I'm doing here. I got invited. I thought you knew who I was. I thought you did some research. You're supposed to listen. You're supposed to know what to ask me. How are you gonna know what to ask me if you don't even know what video, what I'm presenting, man? And I don't really believe all that because at one point when I opened up my page, you said, "Oh, I think I've run into some of your videos. You've been there for a long time." I was like, "Oh, all right, oh, okay." Oh, it's a setup. I get it. You got your little goon squad here ready to. You want to blame them. You want to blame your goon squad, your pseudo goon squad, unresearched experts, emotional, emotional, unscholarly little babies. Little babies, man. You heard about Marcus Garvey? Like, seriously, man? Because I said he was funded by white supremacists, which is facts. You got all hurt by that? Well, don't get mad at me, man. You're getting mad at me. Research it, man. Or watch my video. I have all the sources there and proof. I'm not gonna go watch no video, man. You can't show me the source right now. I'm like, seriously? So you go to a college professor, right? You go to a college professor and you say, hey, I don't want to take this 6-year course. Can you just show me it in 20 minutes? Can you teach me calculus in 20 minutes? The professor's like, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Professor's gonna laugh at you, first of all. He's gonna laugh at you. And then he's gonna be like, wait, whoa, hold up. You gotta learn how to add first, man. What's 1 + 1, man? It ain't Africa. 1 + 1 don't mean Africa. You get it? 1 + 1 don't mean Africa. So first you gotta learn that before you try to talk to me about calculus. So I had to step down. I had to lower myself to go talk to you guys, right? I had to lower myself to go talk to you, your level of intelligence, of intellect. You guys thought you had mad intellect. Yesterday, you got exposed by yourselves. Even if I got emotional, yeah, that's me. That's why I don't put myself in those situations. All right. So again, I just want you guys to know I would never go debate people or try to convince anybody of anything, especially Pan-Africans. I don't care about that. I'm not here for that. I went on because Vinny wanted me on, and I thought it was going to be an actual build. I've gone on other panels. I've gone on other YouTube channels. Very respectful. Good questions. I build. We build. That could have happened last night. We could have had a great build last night. We could have had a great build. A lot of people could have learned so much, but guess what? Guess what? Agent moves, gatekeeping. You guys acted just like gatekeepers last night. I'm so glad you guys did that on a recording. I'm so glad the world witnessed that. And I'm so glad it was somebody like KP, a so-called celebrity. I'm glad, man. I'm glad that happened. Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They just had jokes. That's what I'm saying. They dapping themselves up. They're like, yeah, we funny, man. We expert. We so funny, man. Give me that, dog. Give me that, man. I'm so funny, man. Come on, you gotta give me that, man. Come on. Even the elder over there giving that, talking about Chronic album and all this unrelated stuff. Unrelated, off-topic stuff they were trying to get me with. They wouldn't even address anything I was saying. Go off topic, all emotional. Like, oh, let me show you the source. Hey, Kurimeo, can you be quiet so you can show us the source? Come on, stop talking. Oh, like, all right, let's see the source. What source? A flag, James Monroe, and a picture of Zulu people and leopard skins. That was all your sources. That was on KP's channel, Killer Priest. All right, part of the Wu-Tang, right? Wu-Tang. We just saw ODB, part of the Wu-Tang. ODB don't play. ODB don't play. Just want to read this real quick. It says, Webster's Dictionary, 1828. American. A noun, a native of America. Originally applied to the aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America and the Indians, right? They mixed in, these Europeans mixed in, many of them, with the Indians. All right? That's from Webster's 1828 dictionary. There's no other way to, you ain't gonna tell me what copper looks like. Yeah, copper has many shades. There's very light copper and there's very dark copper. Right? So there's a hijack on that too. Don't be thinking copper is just dark. Copper, if you Google it right now, you'll see you're gonna get very light shades of it too. All right, that's why they said copper-colored races. So they didn't want to say black or white. That's too generalized. Copper-colored is more broad. Right? We're gonna read a source telling us where's the stronghold of the colored race. Where is the stronghold of the colored race? But before we do that, we're gonna get a word from a good brother, ODB. We're gonna get some words from a good brother, ODB. Let's see if we can get to that right now. All right. Where is that video? Oh, give me a second here. Just give me a second here, 1 second. Oh, wow. All right, ODB, hey, ODB, tell these fools over there in that panel from last night what's really going on, all right? Can you learn these people? Can you please learn these people, man? Please, man. All honor and respect. Rest in power, my brother. Rest in power, man. Maybe there's a reason why, yeah, I'm not even gonna say it, man. But sometimes the good ones, they're not here with us anymore. The real ones. I'm talking about the real ones. The real ones. Shout out to Safa Karu. Yo, man, this brother got so much drop on Instagram and everything. Shout out to you, brother. And I'm subscribed to the brother. This is just on let me see. I could have sworn yeah, I'm subscribed already. Okay. And let's go.
Because you had a drinking problem for a while or something?
Well, it wasn't really. It's just, the Indians don't really get too along with the firewater, and
Are you an Indian?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I thought you were a black guy.
Hey.
You're Indian?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
You gotta be
What kind
kidding
of
me.
Indian are you?
Like Tonto Indian?
Shinnecock Indian.
Really? You're a Shinnecock?
Yes.
His family was here when Columbus landed, huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian.
I'm an Indian.
So you're not a black man? You're not a crayon color? ODB, so wait a minute. You're not a crayon color? You're an Indian? Yes, I am. And what did she say? His family, his ancestors were here before Columbus. He didn't come on no slave ship, man. He was already here. ODB, why don't you learn these people, man? From heaven. All right, reach their souls and heart, man. Reach their souls and heart, man. Get those demons out of them, man. This is a spiritual warfare. See, that's the thing you guys don't understand. Let me get the music going while I say this. See, we don't fight with flesh and blood. This is a spiritual warfare. See, I told the Great Spirit, the Most High, way back. So please expose anybody that's always coming, trying to be a friend. Please expose them right in front of me. And put good people around me. Good people I can build with. Unify. Be righteous with. Make sure we fighting for justice and equality and things like that, like real stuff, like not trying to look down on somebody because you don't know the information. You're getting all personal instead of verifying it. See, the thing is, we never verified our elders. We never asked questions. We never questioned them. You see, they were handed down this pseudo lies on purpose so they can do the same to us. It's a master plan. Get it? It's a master plan. And look how good it's working on you fools. Look how good it's working on you fools, man. Yo, ODB. Now I'm gonna let my boy Flavor Flav. And just a side note here, I met Flavor Flav personally. Shout out to Jamal Crawford. I don't know if he's still the chairman of the new Black Panther Party in Boston. That was a good friend back when I lived in Boston. I was with him, helping him. I was wanted to be down. I wanted to do something. That's the only thing that existed around me was this organization. It was nothing for so-called Latinos or people. But I grew up in so-called black neighborhoods. I'm from Dorchester. I know you guys know Beantown. I grew up in Dorchester. Dorchester. Yeah, I'm from Boston. Park your car right there. Park your car right there. Yeah, I ain't no fool. One of those dudes like, do you even know what a hood is? That's the thing. They're looking at my physical. See, they judging me. And they're asking me, but look at you. But it wouldn't make a difference if I look like Flavor Flav and I was telling him that. It wouldn't make a difference if I look like Flavor Flav and I was telling them the same thing. You would still react the same way and you would find something to attack me on. That's what you guys were doing yesterday, trying to attack my character. So you can make me look bad, so you can try to discredit me because you can't discredit the actual information. You guys are a bunch of clowns, man. And people who follow you, I question that. I'm like, really? You guys follow these clowns? Like this whole time you've been following these clowns right here. See, the thing is, you can talk about flat earth and all that. That's not pseudo. Flat earth and all this other stuff and all this other stuff. Round earth, flat earth. None of us know the shape. I got my opinions on it, of course. If you watch my videos, you would know. You would know. But you see, I don't make videos about that yet because I'm trying to be scholarly right now. We're trying to show things we can actually prove. We can actually prove that not all so-called Black Americans came from Africa. Everybody in the world didn't originate in Africa. There was a Middle Passage, but not from Africa. Many so-called black people were already here in the Americas since ancient times, like ODB's people. Yo, ODB, learn these people, man. From heaven, man. Uplift them, man. Fill their heart and souls, man, with righteousness, man. Remove that veil they got in their eyes. Remove that hate they got in their heart, man. I'm gonna pray for you guys, man. You guys took me out of my character last night. I had to get possessed in order to match the level of ignorance and hate. Yeah, man. Oh, you want to box? You want to? Hey, man. I'm like Tyson. I'm gonna dodge it, but then I'm gonna come back hard. I'm gonna come back hard. I wasn't even gonna do this tonight, but I wanted to release this. I wanted to do this. I wanted to explain myself. If KP is listening, I want him to really understand what went down last night. Read your comments in the video, brother. People went down with that. The majority of the comments, I don't know, the way I saw it, it's still almost like 95% of the people that commented was in disagreement with what happened down in your platform last night, brother. I'm being real with you, man. Oh, I hope you're watching this one at least. I know you guys don't want to watch all my other videos. I hope you're watching this one. And you, elder, man, I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna let Flavor Flav tell you. Yo, Flavor, tell this elder what's up, man. And the other clown with the dreadlocks and all emotional, and the other clown with the black shirt in the beginning trying to cut me off, and then he's trying to build on me, and then you're at the end trying to clown me again. Yo, Flavor Flav, learn these fools, man.
I got so much flack because the Indians, they felt They felt like they were being picked on or some shit. You know what I'm saying? But little did they know, Flavor Flav is a Native American too. I have Indian blood in me, and my family comes from the Shinnecock Reservation, eastern Long Island. And so does LL Cool J's family.
Yeah. What? Yo, Flavor Flav, can you believe these fools, man? They're trying to say all your ancestors came from Africa, man. Just because you so-called black, man. And then they're gonna say you're self-hating and you have an agenda, man. For South America. You have an agenda for South America. I told homeboys I'm from Costa Rica. That's in Central America. No geography, man. You don't even know geography, man. It's just like I'm really talking to 3-year-olds, man. That's what I had to go down on my level to go talk to 3-year-olds and ignorant, emotional little children who are supposed to be adults and elders. This is just really, really sad, man. Really sad. A lot of people in somebody told me, "Yo, Kurimeo, I didn't know the world was still so like. I thought everybody was learning and stuff, man. Like, cause people are in their own different wavelengths. People are learning, watching certain videos and learning. They're not aware of all this really crazy, pseudo, hateful, no sources, so-called scholarly bills that are going on everywhere. And then they see these fools and be like, whoa, wait, the world is still majorly lost, man. Majorly lost, man. So who's getting timed out, man? What you saying, man, Sandeep, man? You mad at breakfast? You mad at breakfast, yo? Yo, that was like, I wish Cat Williams was listening last night. He'd be like, wait a minute. We got a bunch of smart, dumb, you already know what, in the panel. They're like, yo, Kurimeo. Yo, Kurimeo. Hey, Kurimeo. Answer this, man. Answer this. That's a love couch, right? That's a love couch, right, Kurimeo? You gotta be in love. You gotta be in love to sit in it. I'm like, oh snap, bro. Yeah, you're right. Oh snap. That's why it's called the love couch. Yo, you mad smart, yo. You just debunked Cootie Mail. Yo, you mad smart, man. Yo, give me that, dog. I'm mad smart. I just debunked Cootie Mail. Give me that, man. Give me that. Yo, I'm cool, man. I'm cool, man. Black power. Black power. You're gonna tell me these people we're looking at right now wouldn't be considered a colored person or so-called Negro today? And you telling me that their ancestors came from Africa and that their whole history is slavery? That's their beginning of their history in America, slavery? Yo, you guys don't even overstand how really disrespectful that really is. And you talking about me being disrespectful because I said a fact about Marcus Garvey, your hero. I didn't know he was your hero like that, like your daddy and stuff. Like, damn, man, you took that shit personal, man. Man. So you telling me 1920s, the so-called white man that you call the evil man, right, is gonna allow so-called black people to start these big organizations just because, right? They're just gonna let them, right? They're just gonna let them, right? I just want to show something real quick. You tell me if that's Zulu dress. You tell me if this is Zulu, if he's dressing like a Zulu. I want you guys to tell me if he's dressing like a Zulu. I want you guys to tell me, man. And just be honest, man. Be honest. Come on. Be honest. Be honest. Is this Zulu leopard clothing? Is this Zulu leopard clothing? Why isn't he wearing his traditional clothing? Why is he actually wearing European Freemasonic clothing? You guys don't know him and his dad were Prince Hall Masons? You don't know him and his dad were Prince Hall Masons? Like, man, just go watch the video. Just go watch the video. He said, go back to Africa. Same thing. Hey, shout out to Drop Nation, Con Drop. Same thing little Billy, little white boy Billy was saying, go back to Africa. How could Marcus Garvey, you in the panel from yesterday, and that white boy little kid have the same kind of knowledge and the same kind of statement? Because you guys don't know anything. You guys don't know anything, right? That's what you would tell the little kid, right? You don't know anything, man. You're just a little, you know. Well, that's what you guys. That's you guys yesterday. That was you guys yesterday. Look at this Zulu clothing. Look at this Zulu clothing. But they think I don't know Marcus Garvey, right? Because I'm not so-called black. Black Star Line headquarters. Let's see something. I'm talking about my country, man. You're talking about my country, man. You're talking about my country, man. Let me show you something historic here, man. Fire destroys Black Star Line building in Limon, Limon, Costa Rica. This is the Caribbean side. This is the Caribbean side of Costa Rica. This is right on the mainstream, very famous building. This is a couple years back. It says here, the building made entirely of wood and zinc was built in 1922 as the headquarters of the Universal Negro Improvement Association in Limon. All right, Costa Rica. That's my country, man. You know what went down here when he was over here? He used the money that he was going to use to supposedly bring people over to Africa, right? He used it for his Black Star Line as a business. He was doing commerce. He was over here. He set up his shop over here because we had the bananas, the coffee, the pineapples. We had all that. We still do. We still feed the world. We feed Africa all this stuff. We feed Africa all this stuff. We gave them the seeds. We gave them all that. We gave them all that. Oh, you didn't know? Oh, you you didn't know he had a headquarters right here, right? You didn't know he had his headquarters over here. Yeah, and he was exploiting the workers. He didn't pay them really good. These were so-called black people. How did he liberate them? By exploiting their labor. And when did he bring them to Africa? He never even stepped a foot into Africa. He never stepped a foot into Africa, and he died in London. He died in London. He never stepped a foot in Africa. And you getting all emotional about this one guy. This is your one hero of all time. This is your one hero of all time. This guy right here, dressed like a European. Kind of like a Huguenot. Kind of like that Huguenot kind of clothing. If you ask me. The Knight of Malta. There you go. That's the clothing right there. There you go. That's the clothing right there. That's the clothing of the Knight of Malta. Is the Knights from Malta from Zululand? Is the Knights from Malta from Zululand? Zululand. Let me get something real quick. Let me go back to the images. Hope you guys not in a hurry. Again, today we're just addressing certain things here today. We're just gonna address a couple things here today, man. All right, let me get another video right here real quick. I'm gonna let Henry Gates talk to you guys and learn you guys as he mocks you at the same time. I'm gonna let him teach you something real quick. Henry Gates, I'm gonna let him teach you something right now. You got the spotlight. Hold up, Henry Gates. Hold up, man. I got you. But before we go to Henry Gates, we're just gonna go over some information here. You talking about DNA test? You talking about DNA test? Are you serious, man?
Sets of results?
So it's just like almost like KP's channel. It's like you're just really buying entertainment. That's what you're paying for. And that's cool. You guys want to be entertained. That's you. See, I'm not an entertainer. All right. This is misleading. This is a business. It's companies. It's not even scientists telling you this stuff. There's little writings in the box that tells you it's for entertainment purposes. It's not real science. This is what you guys been doing. So you got Monkey Bones spitting in tubes, Alex Haley. You got a flag that Marcus Garvey created and an organization that he created as your proof that everybody came out of Africa. Really? For watching right now, I'm not going to show all of it. Make sure to take the time to go watch it. Undeniable proof that it's silly. It's so silly to believe in ancestry DNA test. They literally are sending dog saliva. They're sending in dog saliva. People are testing this. We showed it on this video. People, this is news. This made it to the news. They're putting their dog saliva. They're sending it in, and it came back positive. You know, like it's a human. Or like, they literally said he was an Indian, an Abenaki. Like this was up in Canada, because they knew the person. They just knew the person, so they just added what the person wanted to hear. They just added what the person wanted to hear. So the thing about this girl right here that's doing all these tests, she has an identical twin, like so alike. Everything, their DNA, everything is an exact match. How do we know? She went to the Harvard team that does these expert analysis of DNA, and they compared both hers and her sisters, and they determined, right? They determined that it was identical. And these tests, the thing is, they were doing tests and they were getting different results from different companies, and they were separating the sisters to different ancestries. How can you do that if they're identical twins?
If you think about young African Americans growing up thinking that the history started with slavery, I mean, how do you think that impacts their psyche? We went through slavery. We didn't start with slavery.
To Vi Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes sent her DNA to African Ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Kittle's company sent Vi what they call a certificate of ancestry.
Oh my God.
It says that you share maternal genetic ancestry with people from the Mendi tribe in Sierra Leone. Do you know anything about Sierra Leone or the Mendi people?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
People have been waiting a lifetime for something like this. Now, this is just a tiny bit of information now.
But they take it as huge.
Right, because it's cracking open the door that was closed for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you could say that I'm from. A tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people. It opens up such possibilities.
But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got.
Oh, wait, there's a problem. Now watch this. She was like, wow, you were able to find my tribe. Like, this is not even funny. Like the person in the chat said, like, you're messing with her emotions, man. That's so messed up. Watch what happens now. She's going to get a different result.
A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Different?
Different.
Now, I got all excited about that, and this is different? Now, how could that happen?
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mendenka individuals in Senegal.
What's up with this?
And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches.
So I zoomed into the note. Her highest account was French. It said French. her highest, whatever the percentages were there, the first country the highest was France. That's where she was going back to, France. Who was in France, guys? Come on. You already know who was in France, man.
This goes on and on.
My goodness.
So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from.
Wings. And they don't go back to the same place, supposedly, in this test. They went through a whole, what they were learning when they were doing this. I can tell they were like, what? Like after they did this documentary report, this news report, they was like, wow, I can't believe these DNA tests are really just scamming people, man. And they're just collecting your DNA, really. You're spitting in a tube, you're giving it to them. You know, I know a lot of you didn't know and you did it already, but you know, this is how silly this is, man. And I'm not even showing the silly stuff about the dogs and the scientists. I don't know if you guys want to, if the Goon Squad from yesterday want to consider this a source, because when I showed them a source, they're like, "Oh, we don't listen to those sources." Now and remember now these people are pales because they're like, "Well, that's the white man. He's saying that. There's an agenda here." There's no agenda here. DNA does not tell you your ancestors.
Thought for sure that the differences had to do with just when one person spit, there was a contaminant in the sample, or.
But then you looked at the raw data, and you're saying you checked, and there's no difference.
No difference. It's like it's shockingly similar. It's like it's scarily the same.
It's shockingly similar. Scarily, they're so exact. Their DNA sequences, her and her sister are so identical. They're telling you straight up, these guys, they should not have different results from any company. Shit. Let me go to another part. I love this part. I love her. She's funny. Let's go to her. You're gonna see her reaction. It's so funny.
DNA kits called into question. They are the kind advertised on TV claiming to trace your ancestry. A woman says she used 2 different popular services to trace her family history and got wildly different results. Fox 32's Tia Ewing reports.
This is my mother, my father.
Jennifer Smith says flipping through family albums helps her reconnect with the past.
And I just want to learn as much as I can about my history.
She recently took that learning one step further and decided to try a DNA testing kit.
Ancestry.com, very popular. You know, they're in all of the commercials. Everybody talks about them.
Smith received the kit, followed the directions, and mailed it back.
Just like the lady on TV says, you have to spit in the tube. It's not ladylike, but that's what you do.
Then she waited the 4 to 6 weeks.
And I was shocked.
Smith's breakdown from Ancestry showed 97% European and 2% Asian.
I'm a black girl. I am not a Jewish white lady. I'm black. My parents were black.
She
Okay, let's go back. Hold up.
One step further and decided to try.
Hold up. She said what?
Wildly different results. Fox 32's Tia Ewing reports.
Oh gosh, man. Hold up. I just want to emphasize something real quick. The results came back that she was 90%.
Further and decided to try a DNA testing kit.
Ancestry.com, very popular. You know, they're in all of the commercials. Everybody talks about them.
Smith received the kit, followed the directions, and mailed it back.
Just like the lady on TV says, you have to spit in the tube. It's not ladylike, but that's what you do.
Then she waited the 4 to 6 weeks.
And I was shocked.
Smith's breakdown from Ancestry showed 97% Europe.
All right, 97% European. And check this out, European Jewish, 43%, almost half, right? Almost half. And that just reminds me of something, right? You guys know, you guys follow me and watch me. See, for all the new people, we're kind of going over this book right here and many other books, all right? This is a very great genealogical, historical book. It's called Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America. See, we thought Jews meant so-called Israeli white. That's also hijacked. There was the Sephardic Jewish people of Spain and Portugal. Most of these people, all of them, were so-called Negro people, colored people, and Muslims and the Moors, right? We know what a Moor, right? Do I have to explain what a Moor looks like? All right. These were the actual colonizers. These were the actual people, the founding fathers and stuff. So when she's doing a DNA test and it comes back 97% Europe and 43%, there might be a relation there to somebody. So these things kind of tell you relation, like who you might be related to, not who your ancestor is, like who came first. Doesn't mean you came from that person. That person could come from you. I don't know if you guys understood that, but Jews and Muslims in British colonial America, all right? Go watch the videos. Yes, and I've answered all the stuff about the Mayas and all that, and we got way more info coming. You got to go see what I have put. If you don't know, you're asking me right now if I've covered anything. The only way to find out is if you take the time to go and get in the classroom. All right? I have a classroom. I'm not here to entertain. I'm not, I'm not here to entertain like those clowns last night were. I'm not here entertaining anybody. Let's go back real quick. We ain't done. We ain't done. Let's go back. Let me see where we at. All right. So guess what? She's gonna do the test again because couldn't believe it. She said, "I'm a black girl."
Not a Jewish white lady. I'm black. My parents were black.
She's just a crayon color. She's a crayon color. She's not European. See, the thing she don't know is that Europeans were so-called black too. Those Europeans were so-called black too.
Contacted Ancestry with questions, but says a rep told her the results are accurate.
She told me there was no way they could have made an error.
Smith decided to try again, but this time she submitted a DNA to 23andMe.
And the results were very different, but they were not a surprise to me.
The 23andMe findings showed 70% African.
So she took the test again, and now it came back 70% sub-Saharan. She's like, now this looks more familiar. Bless her. I don't know if she, understands the whole history. We all grew up with that Roots movie and all the hijack about Africa. And I don't blame these brothers from last night. What I don't respect is their choosing willful ignorance and not wanting to hear anything out that they don't know anything about. That's just total ignorance. All right? That's just total ignorance. Like for real. That's just total. Let's hear this guy. He's gonna tell them something.
Results is just wrong, and the tubes got
relatives, but the science for concrete.
There's nothing that confident for ethnicity. There's no diagnostic nucleotide. You can say this person is from Europe, this person is from Africa.
So
he's an expert in this stuff. He's the one that does stuff like that in the lab. He tells you straight up. He's the guy doing these tests, these results, right? He's the one in the lab. He's letting you know there is no definite way that you can say, yeah, you're from Europe or you're from. He's letting you know. It's like I look at the title of I get it, but I get it, Mr. Doctor. It's all about that money bag, right? I get it. You just gotta just keep quiet, do your job. You get paid. Your family's good. It doesn't matter if you're messing with people's emotions and stuff. No.
What happened in Smith's case?
The simplest explanation is that one of these test results is just wrong, and the tubes got mixed up or contaminated or something.
We reached out to both Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. Ancestry tells us it's incredibly unusual to find variations of this magnitude. The company says it's best guess that the tubes were mixed up before they were sent to their labs. 23andMe says because companies use different algorithms to make ancestry assignments, you can find differences when comparing tests from different companies.
It's exciting to make discoveries like this, but if they're not true, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, these crisis actors. Yeah, he's literally an actor. You guys know that. He's literally acting right there. I bet you he knows his genealogy. I bet you people like that know their genealogy and who their ancestors were really in the 1800s. Like a lot of people that follow me. All right. Dog's DNA Heredity or hoax. How dog DNA helped uncover a suspected Indian status scam. This stuff really happens. All right. This is what you're doing, spitting in a tube and stuff. All right. Spitting in a tube.
Hog right here, Molly. All right.
When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers because scientifically, we just can't.
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest...
exclude you. He included you.
But we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. And so
Yeah,
with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns.
About yourself.
Our DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents.
Hey, Elder, pay attention to this. This is what I was trying to explain to you last night when you were trying to clown me like I didn't know. Who's this guy don't know about genealogy? Like he didn't even know. He doesn't even know. I'm going to show you guys what genealogy is right after this. But this guy's explaining to you that it doubles every time. You got many grandparents, not just 1 or 2 that you think you know the story of. You think you know, you're so sure they came on from an African slave ship just because you found some indentured servant so-called slave schedules or something, like some story that somebody was owned by somebody. Yeah, indentured servitude was real. Yeah, it was.
4 grandparents. You have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's 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 side, Japanese on your father's 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 side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Yes.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No, I don't think any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But, businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%. It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
Now, I'm more confused.
All right, so it's less than it's under 1. It's 0.1%, less than 1%. It's less than 1. It's 0.1%. Right? Accurate. That's what you're going off. This is your proof when you're telling me to take a DNA test? This is what you're telling me to do? Like, seriously? We're going to get to Henry Gates. He's a funny funny guy. Yeah, he's literally a funny guy. Mr. Gates, you funny. You really funny, Mr. Gates. He's gonna tell his story about how Rick Kittles is scamming everybody, and he knows it. And he's clowning around, talking about, hey, make Oprah Sulu, man. You making things up back there, anyways. Let's see what part we go to.
There's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian.
Okay.
If you're African.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Oh, perfect. Hey, Mr. Elder, and the guy showed me the Zulu pictures. He's gonna learn you right now. Henry Gates, even though he's a literally a gatekeeper. His last name is Gates, and he's literally a gatekeeper. Right? He's still gonna school you. He's gonna tell you the truth because this is how they work. They put a little bit of truth right in front of you and laugh at you. Right? He's saying it. He's gonna laugh at you right when he's telling you this. All right? And he's going to tell you something very obvious about believing if you're like from Sulu or an Egyptian, right? An Egyptian, right? Because the main narrative, he's going to tell you, we know the false narratives about where they were supposed to grab people, and it was West Africa, right? They never said nothing about going to Sulu land or down South Africa or to East Africa. That's conjecture to say, oh, some of those people got caught up. That's okay. You're adding conjecture on top of conjecture, on top of a lie, on top of a theory with no proof. He's gonna break it down for you, Mr. Elder, and the other guy with the with the Zulu picture with the leopard. Oh yeah.
Sent me a certificate announcing I was Nubian. Anthony Appiah looked at it and said, "What a ton of rubbish."
Rubbish.
Now, why would he say that? Well, there's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian if you're African American. You know what the problem is? None of our ancestors who came here in slavery came from South Africa, the Zulu people, or from Nubia. None. Zero. Egypt is over here. The slaves came from the area from Senegal down to Angola. 97% of the slaves came from that region. All right? So, you know how long it would take them to walk from Sudan to Senegal or to Angola? It just didn't happen. So I looked at Anthony and I said, "You're just jealous." Because I am a Nubian prince. I didn't care. I had it framed. I put it up in my living room so everybody could see.
I bet you those fools got their little DNA test result framed too. Like, oh, look, man, I'm a Zulu. Yo, look, I'm a Zulu, man. I'm Egyptian. Look at that, Mom. You proud of me, Mom?
From royalty. So I didn't think about it. I thought maybe it was strange. Maybe it was on a trade route. You know, there were great Muslim trade routes. You know, today, this is important for the students. In my time, we were taught that the Africans were these benighted people, and they were too stupid to build a boat or to be curious about the world and cross the Sahara Desert. It was rubbish. Africans were just as curious as anybody else. The Sahara Desert was a highway. It wasn't a barrier. So I thought, well, and there were great trade routes. So I thought maybe my Nubian descendant had come over and ended up being tricked by some white man and ended up in Maryland or Virginia or something. So that was cool. And,
that was cool.
If I needed an interpretation, believe me, I could have produced one.
Believe me, if you need me to make some shit up, believe me, if you need me to do that, I can do that really good. I can lie right in your face really good and smile and laugh right at you.
And by the way, you know, the Zulu thing, when Oprah was finally in the first series, and we gave her a DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles, and I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man, she made that up herself.
What did Rick Kittles? Yo, Henry, what did he tell you? He told you she made that up herself? This is what they really talking about in the background, these these gatekeepers. They just making money laughing at you. It's all about that money bag, right? Shout out to Bag for what's mine.
It's a true story. It's a true story. I would like to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her a Zulu, man. You know? I said, you back there making it up anyway.
Yeah, you back there making it up anyway, Rick Kittles. Just make her a Sulu, man. You know, she's happy. She bought land over there. You know, it'll be good, you know, to help us with the whole agenda of making people think they're African. Remember, that's what we're supposed to do. Remember, Kittles?
Don't nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? Don't nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? Don't nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
Brother.
Tribe? What are you, crazy? Don't nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? Don't nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
Brother Washington, with your mitochondrial DNA, it's quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone.
Yo. Hold up. No, let's not show that. Hold up. Come here. Wait. You're holding on to these beliefs? Yo, wait. You're holding on to these beliefs? Let go, man. Let go. Let go. Come on, let go. Come on, let go, man. Come on, let go. Come on, let go, man. Let go of those illusions, man. Let go, man. Let go. Oh, man. I'm glad you let go. I'm glad you let go of those illusions. I'm glad you finally let go of those illusions. I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you finally let go, right? Yeah, with his Zulu clothing. Yeah, with Mr. Marcus Garvey with his Zulu clothing, right? Hey, DJ, let's put on some Mellows beats right here, man. What we got? Hold up, let's go back. So right now I'm going to take the opportunity to explain to people what genealogy is. We already know ancestry DNA are basically scamming you. It's not real science, it's entertainment. I hope you got that clear right now. I know a lot of you probably didn't watch that video yet. I did. That was like 2-3 years ago. I got so many videos that debunk your theories. I got so many different topics and presentations that debunk your specific little rebuttals. It's not even funny, man. What happened last night? That shit was not even funny, man. You guys don't understand how slow you guys are. And I'm glad you guys expose yourself. Yeah, you're very unintelligent, man, and you guys expose yourself. I have no respect for you guys, man. Have no respect for you guys, man. You lost all respect from me and honor. You even got me looking at Wu-Tang bad now, man. I lost all respect for that. You represent man, I'm telling you, man. If that's the knowledge you got, that's your knowledge, like all those fancy words, all those big words. But what are you really saying if you're not really researching what you're saying? What are you really saying if you're not researching what you're really saying? I heard in the new rap, you talked about the Rosicrucians, right? Well, I did a video on how a lot of these Pan-African founders, a lot of them coming from Rosicrucian orders. Hermetics, you guys try to attack me with Hermetics, Greeks and stuff. What is Pan-African? What is Egyptology? It all started with Hermetics. Hermetica. Hermetics. Freemasonry. That was a Freemasonic thing in the 1700s. Egyptology, that's when it was made. All right. Well, Wu-Tang's for the children, then they're going to teach the children who they really are. If Wu-Tang's for the children, then they're going to teach respect to ODB. Respect to ODB, but he's not here with us right now. Like I said earlier, too bad the good ones ain't here. The real ones, man. Too bad the real ones ain't here with us. All right, I'm explaining to you what genealogy is, since you guys don't know what genealogy is. Mr. Elder, so-called elder. Somebody said in the comment, you look like a bald Abdul Jam. Oh my God, Abdul Jabbar. Yo, hey man, listen, man. I read the comments. It was bad. It was bad, man. Like, yeah, the chat was going. People were talking their thing on the chat, but the comments on the video, you guys gotta go read the comments and please add your input. Let Killer Priest know what you think about what happened. Let Killer Priest know what you think about what happened. And be honest. Don't tell him what I told you. Be honest with what you think you saw last night and heard. Genealogy. So we got some great genealogical websites. Now, we heard how Ancestry, they have the DNA thing, right? See, the thing is, that's not the only thing they offer. That's one of their options. They also allow you to create trees, genealogical trees. I have many. Let me just show you some. So I do genealogy. I do 3 a week. I've been booked up all year. I'm booked up from here to November and December. I help. People ask me for help and I say, sure, let's book a date so I can help you. You see all these trees? I created all these trees. These are people's trees that I share with them after I create them, make them editor. They continue using them if they want, right? They continue using them if they want. This is one right here, the Hogue family. This was deep right here. I think I remember, if I remember correctly. This is just one example. And excuse brother, if you don't like this, let's not show the, but we went up the Hogue line, just the Hogue line itself. Hogue. We didn't run into no slaves. We didn't run into people like that. John Hogg, right? We all the way in 1730 Virginia. You gotta prove to me these are white people. We didn't run into none of that stuff. Hogg, right? John Hogg, 1600s Virginia. Hogue. These are real. This is not spitting in a tube. This is real. This is not spitting in a tube. This is genealogy. It's not spitting in a tube. It's not spitting in a tube. All right. So I'm working on Crispus Attucks tree. This is something I'm doing for the future. All right. All these trees I've worked on. I also got trees that people shared with me. So trees shared with me. These are trees people create and they share them with me so I can help them work on it. I got a lot, family. I got a lot of people. And I haven't found one African yet. I haven't found one African yet. And all these people's family. But, oh man, you should see all the stuff we're finding. This is all going to be future videos. I got to gather the information. I'm going to gather and put it in a presentation form for you guys. What I'm really finding here. We're talking about people who own land when they're supposed to be slaves. People who were never slaves, free people, black slave owners, or people who own acres and acres of land, people who founded towns. The town is named after them. They carried the last name of the town. It was their family, people of color. All these so-called Europeans that we thought were white, a lot of them were not. All right. If you can get as far back as 1830 and before that, then you know you might actually find some indigenous family if you know who these families were mixing with in the area, in that region. Who was the Indian tribes in that region? With that family, yeah, the Johnsons were mixing with them. The Jones were mixing, yeah. The Dillers were mixing, yeah. Rappahannocks, yeah. Catawbas, yeah. Yeah, Algonquins, yeah. Ojibwes, yeah. Shinnecogs, like ODB, yeah. The Cuffees, right? What's his last name? Which one, right? We know the Cuffees were, you know? We know who was mixing with who if you can get that far. Because they put barriers when you get to the 1830s. They stop giving hints. That's when the narratives, that's when they're trying to make you African. You got to get past these barriers. If you get real specific, it's possible. Trust me. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Try it out. Try it out. I'm telling you, you're not going to regret it. Try it out. Shout out to my good friend Katrina. Much love and respect. Shout out to my good friend Katrina. This is another tree of family I got here. Just want to show you something. David Oscar Copeland, 1844 Maryland. All right, let's look at his pictures. We got his picture and everything. All right. The Copeland family. Cope are related to the Coopers. Copeland. Let me show you guys something, man. Let me show you guys something, man. I'm gonna play with this stuff, man. And I'm not, I'm not here to prove myself to anybody, man. Book of Jewish and crypto-Jewish surnames. Crypto, secret Jews. What does that mean? Get in the classroom. I already explained it. What does it mean? The people who's been following me for a while know what I'm talking about. Know what I'm talking about when I'm showing them what a crypto Jew is, or a Sephardic Jew. Those were people of color. People of color mainly. All right. Copeland. Oh, guess what? Copeland is a Sephardic Jewish name. Rendered Cope, Copeland, Chapman, and many of other forms. It's also English. All right, so before that, it says something very interesting. Let me show you. So it comes from the Cooper. It's the same thing as Cooper. Copper, Cooper. Frankish name for Cooper, copper. Variants, coop. What else we gonna find? Then we got, I think, under coop, we got cop, cope. Copeland, I was talking to my brother today about cope. So it's funny how this came up. I didn't really know it was gonna come up. So I just want to show you guys. And now, let me show. All right, so that's him. We got his suit on and everything, right? Is he a so-called black man, or is this a white man? Is this a colored man or a white man? Huh? So let me look at his parents, right? George Copeland, 1809. Mary Ann Zimmerman. That's more like a, all right. These are his parents. There's records. Let me show you guys. We got census here. We got census. David Copeland, 1840. Look at this. All right. These are different families that have him as well. These are different families that have the same person. Different families that have the same person. So it gives to me as a hint, all the kids match, the wife matches, everything matches. We have the right person. Everybody has George Copeland, Mary Ann Zimmerman as the parents. Right? And you can verify this stuff. Oh, we just got a hint just now. We just got a hint. It just popped out of nowhere. Look at this. You just found another family. Look at this. Another family. They don't know the parents. See, some people don't know the information. But that's why these genealogical sites are pretty good, because you get hints and you can look at the hints and see, okay, yeah, it's starting to match. So this is what I have. This is the new hint. See how everything matches? And it compares it. You say, yeah, that's it. George Copeland, that's his dad. That's his dad. Mary Ann Zimmerman, that's his mom, right? Parents of David Oscar Copeland. Spouse, same. Children, it matches Georgina, Della, Idelius. We got Samuel, Sarah, William. Let me see if I got Samuel somewhere. So Sarah. Let me see. Oh, we got Samuel there. Oh yeah, so they already picked somewhere down in the bottom. So let me see. Florence. Florence got a picture. Florence got a picture, right? James, which is James Harrison. Clara. Then he got another spouse. Wait, I think it's the same one. Married. Let me see. Yeah, Mary, it's the same one. So you, in those cases, you don't want to add. Actually, this is the match they were doing. This is the new one. Let me see. Not a new person, you see? So you don't want to grab that one because it's adding as a new person. This one's telling me a match, right? It says spouse of David, not a match, but it's a match. So I hit, yeah, that's the one. All right. I didn't plan to do a genealogy lesson. I'm just showing you guys that this is how you do your ancestry. You don't spit on the tube. You don't go the lazy way. You have to actually put in some work. You can't just pay your way. You can't just pay $59.99 and know your tribe. What you thinking? You can't just pay. And these are the siblings. Look at that, siblings. Let me see, Reuben. Do we have Reuben already? Okay, that's awesome. We didn't have Reuben. We got a new sibling, Reuben Copeland. All right, we just got a new sibling. You see, so you'll get this. This tree is old. You'll get hints months later. You'll get hints months later. So I can't read the chat. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just want you guys to see. This is what I do with my time. So like going on these platforms, like last night, that was a very waste of time for me, like for my spirit and energy. But I trust in the Most High, and I know everything happens for a reason, and I go with the flow. You know, you got to really listen to Bruce Lee. You got to be like water, my friend. You got to be like water, my friend. You got to be like water, my friend. You got to be like water. George Copeland. Then his dad is John Copeland, right? Where's the slaves? We're already in 1800s, 1786. This is the grandson. Are you saying that his parents are white, or one of them is black and one of them is white? All right, which one then? Prove it to me. Prove it to me. Because he actually had so-called indentured servants, Mr. David Oscar Copeland, what you would consider a slave owner. All right. George Copeland, his dad, John Copeland. I'm just showing you guys son here. All right, his dad, John, look at that. Ireland, landed in Virginia, right? Landed in Virginia. Let me just see if we got some records. Let's check this out. He was in the U.S. Revolutionary War. John Copeland in Virginia, Continental Troops. I wanna show you guys, son. Let me see if I got it. But actually, we did a video. I got a book called Virginia's Colonial Soldiers. All right, Virginia's Colonial Soldiers. If you're new to my channel, make sure to watch these videos, you know. Let me just see. Hey, where's my videos tab? Hey, YouTube, give me my videos tab. Come on. Colonial Soldiers of Virginia. Kurimeo. Just put in that. It should come up. There you go. Colonial Soldiers of Virginia. So we're reading from this book right here, Virginia's Colonial Soldiers. And I would say at least 85% or more of the people that are listed in this role, because we got the physical descriptions of a lot of them, are being called black, brown, swarthy. A lot of them are Europeans. A lot of them are local people. A lot of these were free people of color, never slaves. A lot of these were indentured servants. A lot of these came in to fight in the Revolutionary War as an indentured servant, and they got their freedom. They got their freedom from so-called slavery by fighting and surviving the war. And then they got plots of land for that. They got land grants. A lot of your families in the Southeast got land grants for fighting in these wars, in these American wars. Your ancestors fought for their country, really fought for their freedom, for this country. And all you want to think about is Africa, and you want to show me Zulu pictures. You want to show me Zulu pictures, and you talking about I'm being disrespectful when you're not honoring and respecting what has gone down. All right? Because we have a colored man here. This person I did, she's considered so-called black, and this is her ancestry. This is her ancestor in Virginia, John Copeland, who came from Ireland and he was in the Continental Troops. And there is no proof that he is white. There is no proof to say this was a white man. All right? His parents, his dad is David Copeland. And now what we find a family crest. We find a family crest. This is history. You think this was all white people? You thought this was all white people, right? You thought those were all white people, right? You thought these were all white people, right? Here we go. I want to show you what a German, this is what a German looked like. This is what a German looked like. You're telling me, you're showing me Zulu pictures, right? And when I'm showing you the primary source, I'm showing you the wall paintings. I'm showing you the wall paintings in pyramids, how the Maya painted themselves, how the Maya painted themselves, how they drew themselves on the walls. The walls are still there. And you're getting all emotional. You're getting all emotional because I said Marcus Garvey got funded by white supremacists. They had the same concept. White supremacists said, let's bring them all back to Africa. Marcus Garvey said the same thing. Let's go back. And he never even went back himself. Why didn't he be the example and lead? Maybe people would have listened to him. Nobody voted for that. Even when the American Colonization Society happened, shout out to JB and everybody else who I be speaking with, you know, it was like a huge no, we don't want to go over there. We ain't trying to leave. They had to literally force most people to go. Like they told them, they sold them an idea. They told them, they lied to them. Hey, you're African. I'll bring you back home. I'll bring you back home. You know, if you want to go back, I'll bring you back home. I'll bring you back home. When your home was here the whole time. But yeah, I took the hit for the community. I went there and represented. Yeah, and I look different than them and most people that follow me because I'm not as dark as people want me to be or to say I want to be. I'm not trying to be a crayon color, first of all, man. So that alone right there was disrespectful. And KP, you allowed that slandering, you allowed all that to happen. I never said I wanted to be so-called black. Don't put words in my mouth, man. I'm trying to show you, you have two major genealogies and there is no proof of it being African. The history, the records, the genealogy is saying something else. So don't be all up in your emotions, man. Because if I show you this, and you dismiss it, you guys dismissed it completely. You guys dismissed it completely. You didn't let me build. You haven't watched any of my presentations. So what are you arguing about? You mad at breakfast, dog? You mad at breakfast? Yo, shout out to Cat Williams for pointing out all the smart, dumb. You already know. Shout out to Cat Williams, man. These fools, man. Yo, Cat, man. I'm glad you did that, man. That was so true, man. Yeah, the love couch. Those love couch dudes, yeah. They think they smart, man. They think they intellectual. They think they're scholars. They think they're scholars, right? They think they're scholars. You see these people playing the instruments. You're talking about drums and you're talking about music. You added the Afro the elder was like, Afro-Cuba, Afro-Haitian, Afro-Costa Rican, Afro-this, Afro-that. That's where the culture comes from. That's where the music. No, sorry, sir. Sorry. You're uninformed. You're very uninformed. And you didn't show no sources for that. People put a tag on people, labeling them Afro. That's just part of the main hijack. That's the mainstream hijack. The same person that's telling you that you come from monkey bones. The same person that's telling you that you come from monkey bones, right? Monkey bones. We're going to talk about these monkey bones, all right? But I'll get, okay, maybe they're not so monkey, right? They're an old, archaic type of Homo sapien, if you want to. Because they really, when they found that bone in Morocco, right? The Jebel el-Hud. You guys need to study this stuff. You guys got to stop randomly showing me images of of depiction of, yeah, with a fro. That was silly, man. Let's see what we can find in here real quick, man. Hold up. Let me see what we got up in here, man. What we got up in here? Hold up. Real quick. I'm not even trying to like. This is from the U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institute of Health, The Origin and Evolution of Homo sapiens, right? So if we restrict the use of Homo sapiens in the fossil record to specimens which share a significant number of derived features in the skeleton with extant Homo sapiens, the origin of our species would be placed in Africa, late Middle Pleistocene, based on fossils such as Homo kibish and the Levantine material from skull and Cafet. However, genetic data suggests that we and our sister species, Homo neanderthalis, shared a last common ancestor in the Middle Pleistocene, 400 to 700, which is at least 200,000 years or earlier. So that's what we're going to talk about, this shared ancestor. So he's literally telling us, they're telling us right now that our modern Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with Neanderthals, which is what they're really talking about. Let me show you. I think it's down here. So the African Middle, Early, Late Pleistocene fossil, all right? So they talk about East Africa. We already know that. That's not a modern type human either, the one in Ethiopia. It was an archaic, they named them Homo sapiens, but when they first found them, they were calling them Neanderthals. They were calling them other things, and they just came to, okay, they have a lot of human features, so let's just call them one of the first Homo sapiens. In Morocco, later Middle Pleistocene archaeological records probably changes from non-Arterian Middle Paleolithic Middle Stone Age industries to those of Arterian. Okay, let's get to this is the bone they found in Morocco, right? The Jebel Irhout cave was exposed during a quarrying operation with Bardi mine, and since 1961 has produced fossil remains, non-Arterian MSA archaeology, and at least 7 fossil hominids with several more specimens found since 2007 awaiting publication. The fossil human remains are from low in the stratigraphic sequence, the best known being a cranium, a calvaria, and the mandible of a child. The cranium is relatively long and low with smooth rather than angular contours. It has a strong, continuous suborbital torus anterior to somewhat domed frontal and parallel-sided cranial vault with a capacity of about 1305 centimeters, 1,305 centimeters. The face is large and especially broad in its upper dimensions with flat angled cheekbones and a broad but low nose, below which is a significant alveolar prognatism, all right? Prognatism. You guys know what that is? When the mouth sticks out a little bit. Just like the apes. It is somewhat larger, all right? More robust and angular calvaria with a cranial capacity of approximately 1,400 centimeters. It has a greater occipital projection and angulation, more modern parietal and frontal shape, but equally strong supraorbital development. Now, although comparisons of midline contours suggest Homo sapien affinities for both cranial vaults and multivariate studies indicate somewhat closer affinities for J2 to recent human samples. Both display some phonetic resemblances to early modern specimens, such as those of the Kosev school and Hertel, though they lack upper parietal expansion and cranial vault, but not facial form. There is nevertheless an overall resemblance to the seam of fossils and other early Neanderthals. The J13 immature mandible presents a rather contrasting graceful body and larger posterior teeth and anterior may show incipient chin development. J14 is a robust partial humerus despite its immaturity, while there is also a further immature pelvic fragment. Overall, there is enough preserved of JI1 to indicate that it does not, all right, it does not, it does not, it does not represent anatomically modern Homo sapiens. We're talking about ape bones. I know you guys don't like hearing that, but we're talking about ape bones this whole time. Yet we don't do the research. So, because I wanted to debunk this a long time ago, and I started researching this whole Moroccan thing, right? This whole Moroccan bone thing. Oh, now it's older. It proves that we're still in Africa. That's not a anatomically modern Homo sapien. It does not represent anatomically modern Homo sapiens. Although there are hints of modern basiocranial flexion in the relationship of the face and vault, J12 and 3 are more difficult to assess because of their incompleteness. But the teeth of Earhart were subjected to synchrotron analysis, which suggests an age at death about 8 years. All right. So, you know, you have to kind of read things, and you got to get a lot of this stuff. I don't understand a lot of this stuff, but I got the drop. I got the drop. It does not represent anatomically, and that's what I wanted to verify. So you're talking about something that's pre-Homo sapien. That's what supposedly we are today. Homo sapiens sapiens. It's not the same as the so-called Homo sapiens, because a lot of these so-called Homo sapiens, they just got named Homo sapiens because they had somewhat human features, but they're not. A lot of that's controversial. There's so many articles on that too. Now, if we go with bones like this, which are not modern type humans, and you've been saying this whole time that the oldest bones of modern humans were you've been, first of all, you've been spreading a lie, not even knowing, right? You've been confusing people. These are not modern humans. These are not. So you actually believe in Darwinism. This is all part of Darwinism. You don't understand that they're telling you that this bone in Morocco, the brain size was smaller. That's why the frontal part stuck out. That's why the frontal part stuck out. Let me like this. This frontal part, and the head leans back. There's less space for the brain. What scientists say is that what became in humans, the brain got a little bigger, and so it pushed to the front, our foreheads. All right. This is what they found in Morocco. You see this frontal thing? This is what they were talking about. The bridge, what's it called? The brow ridge. That sticks out, and the head is way back here, and he has a prognatism coming down here. The cheekbones are flat. Native American or American Indians had high cheekbones. These cheekbones are flat. They're flat. This frontal part right here, all this is not a modern type human. The bro bridge, there you go, bro bridge, yo bro. Oh, where's that at? Jebel Ergud, right? Is an archaeological site located just north of the locality known as, all right, so this is where they found the bone. I want you to see, it's the same one. And they brought it up last night, and I said, oh, keep it on the bone. Real quick, keep it on the bone. And they took it off. They're like, no, we're not going to do the bone. No, we're not showing you the bone. I saw it. And I saw the frontal, and I was like, oh, they don't want to show that. That's not a modern human, man. That's not a modern human, man. We already got the scientific report, right? Morphology. When comparing these fossils with those of modern humans, the main difference is the elongated shape of the fossil brain case. According to the researchers, this indicates that brain shape and possibly brain functions evolved with the Homo sapiens lineage and relatively recently. So we're talking about evolution. We're talking about Darwinism if we're going to believe this Morocco bone. We're talking about an ape that's not fully a human yet. He's almost human. Remember, they call it a missing link. Have they found the missing link yet? I'll wait. According to the researchers, right? Okay, so whole evolutionary changes in brain shape are likely to be associated with genetic changes of brain organization, interconnection, and development. It may reflect adaptive changes in the way of the brain functions. Such changes may have caused the human brain to become rounder and two regions in the posterior of the brain to become enlarged during the thousands of years of evolution. Evolution, Darwinism. They're telling you you come from a monkey. Don't you understand this is all racist science? They're trying to link you to monkeys. They're trying to link you to monkeys. And you're running with it. The Jebel Irgun individuals also had a very thick brow ridges. That's an ape thing, and lacked prognatism. The degree of tooth developed found is similar to modern European children at the same age, but teeth rods develop faster than the modern humans. All right, they're not like the modern humans. Not like modern humans. I got articles for days on this. They're saying the same thing. The interpretation of the airborne hominins has long been complicated by persistent uncertainty surrounding their geological age. So just the age of them carbon dating the site, that's also controversial. That's also controversial. That's the thing. So they're literally saying here that, let me show you. It has therefore been suggested that the archaic features of the Irho fossil, archaic features, they're not modern type features. These old archaic features of the Irho fossils may indicate that North African Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals. You Neanderthal too? You interbreeding with Neanderthals? Or that Irho homins represent a North African late surviving archaic population, an old, is not modern type humans. So you believe in all this evolution stuff, huh? Those found in cave in Morocco. Despite their primitive features, features, despite these primitive features, these ancient people could blend in with a modern crowd. He's saying, "Hey, what happened, man? What's going on?" Oh, okay, they brought us to the actual source. You saw that? So despite their primitive features, they can kind of blend in. And maybe they are blending in right now. That's why they mad at me. Uh-oh. Hey. I'm just, all right. Just throwing a little shot there. Myths don't really belong on a list of important science stories, but some evolutionary fables get on this list anyway. All right. It was a bad year for the myth about human evolution. The Jebel Irgun excavations. All right. They're telling you that even the age is controversial. We're going off carbon dating. It's controversial. Jebel Irhoud, Morocco, best known for the yield and abundant late Pleistocene hominin remains associated with Lavois-based Middle Stone Age tool assemblage. Taxonomically, these fossils have generally been considered to be primitive forms of Homo sapiens. And I want to ask the chat right now, are you a primitive? Are you a primitive form? Are you a primitive form? Are you a primitive form of a Homo sapien? Is that what you are? You descend from primitive things. But I thought you were the gods. I thought you were the gods, but you descend from primitive forms of Homo sapiens. I thought you were the gods. So the gods were primitive primates. Primitive primate? The gods were primates? Huh? All right. I mean, I can keep showing things like this for days. This is the Smithsonian Magazine. You guys don't do no research, man. And you made me do a video early. I was going to do a very thorough video on this. But now here it is. Thanks. All right. Homo sapiens, huh? So you believe in evolution. You debating me with evolution, right? You debating me with evolution, man. American lion, the North American lion, American cave lion. You see, mammals, cats, all that originated here. You guys don't understand why I'm trying to tell you. Black Panther and all that, that all originated here. We had the first cats. A panther's just a big cat. We had the biggest cats. We had all the panthers. And the melanation of the fur, the skin of the coating, right, of the jaguar. All right, you guys didn't know there was black jaguars? Are you serious? You you thought it only existed. You thought it only existed in Africa, right? You thought it only existed in Africa, right? You know, we used to kill these things, the jaguars. Now, I'm not gonna say thing because we honor these sacred animals. It's the most ferocious and strongest cat that lives, stronger than lions. Jaguars kill with one blow. Jaguars can go in the water and take out a crocodile. Jaguars can climb trees. Jaguars can pull up so much weight up a tree. You don't know about jaguars? Check out the video I did. Check it out. The coating that gives it the black color is dominant among jaguars and recessive among leopards, meaning it originated here in America. We had Black Panthers first. It's dominant here. It's recessive with leopards. Do the research. What you talking about, Black Panther? What you talking about? I'm trying to steal things, man. What you talking about, man? How can I be stealing things when Wakanda is a Native American word, man? What are you talking about? And we even got Wakanda Springs, which is basically the Great Spirit Salt Springs. They covered up. They put a lake over this. We used to go there to heal. Well, not me or Mayans, I don't know. We had our own springs here in Costa Rica, but many indigenous people from North America ended up here. This is under a lake, under Wakanda Lake today. Look it up. Wakanda Springs. Where is Wakanda really? Wakanda is a Native American word. Well, now we're talking about fictional, right? Fictional country. So you talking about a fictional country, right? You talking about a fictional country from a comic book, but yet this lake, I showed it in my video. When you put it backwards, it looks just like the Wakanda Lake. Oh yeah, and they got Solomon, River of Grace and Wisdom, the King Solomon's Mines. You know, Wakanda Springs was on Solomon River Valley. Did you guys know Wakanda Springs was on Solomon River Valley, the Solomon River, just like in the map. Wakanda, the village of Wakanda. Wakanda, Wakanda for life. Wakanda, Wakanda, Great Spirit, Wakanda. Native American, and we're just using the word Native American as reference. Don't get all confused. Wakanda. I'm about to learn you guys something, man. I'm about to learn you guys something, man. Talking about thief and disrespect. You guys are major hijacks. You guys are gatekeeping, honestly. Name, Wakanda. Omaha, the Ponca, the Osage. Wakanda. Alternate spell is Wakanda. Wakonta, Wakunda, Wakonta. Wakanda. High God, Creator. The Sioux say Wakantanka. Wakanda. Wakanda. Wakanda, the Great Spirit, supernatural, like a superhero is supernatural. The Black Panther character of Marvel is Wakanda, the Great Spirit. He got superpowers. If you understand, watch the video I did so I can break it down for you. You gotta go watch the video. Yeah, unfortunately, you gotta go watch the video. Wakanda Springs, or Great Spirit Springs, was a natural artesian spring located in Mitchell County near the towns of Glen Elder and Quaker City. Wakanda Reservoir. With the completion of the Glen Elder Dam in 1968, the mineral springs was sealed, then disappeared beneath the waters of Wakanda Reservoir. They buried this. You think these dams don't have a reason or purpose? You thought it was about creating no, man. That was one of our healing neutral spots, a place of refuge. That was one of our famous places of refuge. Wakanda Springs was situated on the bank of the Solomon River. Solomon River. Solomon River. All right, let's go back real quick. Let me go back real quick. Let's go to the map. I know you can't see it too much. This is from the comic book. And I showed the actual lake today, the Wakanda Reservoir. If you flip this, it looks just like it. And you can see here King Solomon Mines, Solomon, and it even says river, right? So we got the river of grace and wisdom. Solomon was known for having grace and wisdom. That's the river of Solomon. Just like we just read, Wakanda Springs was on. And I'm not saying that's the actual Wakanda. What I'm trying to tell you is they hijacked a lot where they getting their ideas from. And they even buried the evidence. Wakanda, Oregon, another place. This word is from here. Talk about stealing things. This word is from here. Wakanda, Wilmer, Minnesota. Wakanda, Minnesota. Wakanda, Minnesota. Now look at this. Wakanda Mounds. Wakanda Mounds? Yeah. Wakanda Park Mounds, yo. Wakanda Park Mounds. Historic places. You stole our culture and you made it African. You stole our culture and you made it African. That was not an African word, Wakanda. How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that? You talking about Zulu, Sioux people dressed like leopards? You talking about people dressed like leopards? We literally wore. Now that's the hijack on all the colored stuff, right? You might know this one, right? That's the hijack. That's the hijack. Look. Who used to really dress like a jaguar or a panther? Because remember, a lot of these jaguars were black. They would put on a whole black suit, a black jaguar suit, jaguar, warriors, all right? Again, I want to show you something, right? Let's go back. That's the hijack. You got to break the spell. Stop going for these images. Let me show you something, all right? You see the jaguar on him? You see his complexion? And you see his enemy? Also, his enemy is dark-skinned complexion. You want to show me modern pictures of people dressed in tighties and leopard skins, right? And I'm showing you the actual walls of the temples. The actual walls. This is old. The actual walls. Jaguar, warriors, Jaguar, Wakanda, Black Panthers. Yes, they dress like Black Panthers. They literally dressed like Black Panthers. Look at the skin. Look who's wearing it. Look who's wearing it. You want to tell me? You want to make? You want to try to make fun of me? You want to? I hope you guys are learning. All you Pan-Africans watching. I hope you guys are learning. All you Pan-Africans watching. Welcome to the channel, man. Welcome to the channel. I know it's hard. I know truth hurts. I know truth hurts. It's okay. Let it go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Olmec Jaguar wears. Or wear jaguars. I did it wrong. A wear jaguar. What's a wear jaguar, Kurimeo? Well, I broke it down in my Black Panther Wakanda video. Not only do we have Black Panthers, the original dominant Black Panthers, not only did we dress up like Black Panthers, an indigenous thing, but we also had the culture and ceremonial observation of were jaguars, meaning human, half jaguar, like a whole transformation. The were jaguar mode is characterized by an almost shaped eye, downturned open mouth, and cleft head. It appears widely in the Olmec archaeological record, and in many cases under the principle of pars pro toto, The were-jaguar motive represents the were-jaguar supernatural. The were-jaguar supernatural incorporates the were-jaguar motive as well as other features, although various academics define the were-jaguar supernatural differently. The were-jaguar supernatural was once considered to be the primary deity of the Olmec culture, but is now thought to be only one of many. The term is derived from Old English meaning were, meaning man, and jaguar, a large member of the cat family in the Olmec heartland, an analogy with werewolf. What's a werewolf? Right? A human type wolf, a human type jaguar, a human type jaguar, a man that dresses like a jaguar, a human type jaguar, a man that dresses like a jaguar, a were-jaguar, a were-jaguar. We still got hijacks up in the house after all this stuff we're showing. Cognitive dissonance as we speak. Cognitive dissonance as we speak. Like, I broke down so many things in this video I did. Go check it out. It's a 2-hour video. We break down every angle, every detail of the movie. And I showed you how it originated here. You think this is a leopard? This is jaguars. It's not just leopards. Look, it's showing you right here. Look at this. Look at the jaguar spots. You've been lied to, man. Break the spell. They did a total flip on history, and you believed it. It's okay. It's time, though. It's time, man. It's time to break the spell, my people. Break the spell, man. Break the spell. We're about to be done here. It's getting late for me. I was up late last night after that fiasco. That really drained my energy last night. My spiritual energy. It took me all night and all day to recover. I couldn't even sleep last night. I didn't get no sleep last night. I got a project fixing my house. The construction was here early in the morning, 6 in the morning. I didn't sleep. And I felt weird. I just felt spiritually drained. Because that's going out of my character to entertain people. And again, I'm not an entertainer. I'm not an entertainer, man. Yo, Kyrie Irving, let them know what you about. Yo, Kyrie Irving, let them know who you are, man. Yo, Kyrie Irving, is it true you got inducted as Little Mountain in traditional Lakota naming ceremony? Is it true that you actually can trace your genealogy to the Lakota and they actually accepted you because you actually showed them your genealogy? Lies my teacher told me. Lies my teacher told me. Columbus not only sent the first slaves across the Atlantic, he sent them from here. He probably sent more slaves, about 5,000, than any other individual. To her credit, Queen Isabella posed outright enslavement and returned some Indians to the Caribbean, but other nations rushed to emulate Columbus. In 1501, the Portuguese, right? Who's these Portuguese in 1501? These were Sephardic Moorish people, black colored people, what you want to call crayon colors. And what did they do? They began, we're talking about more on more war here. We're talking about so-called black on black crime, as you call it today. In 1501, the Portuguese, these Moorish people, began to depopulate Labrador, transporting the now extinct Botoc Indians to Europe and Cape Verde as slaves. Cape Verdeans? Cape Verde? Cape Verde, right? Cape Verde. Wait, isn't that near... Wait, I thought Cape Verde was one of those major African slave ports where all these... Guess what? There is no proof of any Africans going there, but we have major proof of Indians and Sephardic Moorish people being sent there as indentured servants, and then from there shipped out. We have all the sources. I just want to show you something real quick. We're gonna go back. Let me see. We're gonna go back to something. This is from one of my older videos. and this is from one of my videos. I think it's either part 8, 9, or 10 of From Indigenous American to African American. I have a 22-part series on that. If you're new to my channel, start with that series. Go through that, know who you really are and how you connect to this land, and then I'll show you the rest. You can worry about the rest, just break the spell. The Washington Post, the sincere fiction of Goree Island, Africa's best known slave trade memorial, the sincere fiction of Goree Island. Because I'm trying to tell you, the Middle Passage wasn't from here. They had to create narratives. They had to create narratives. The official story is that millions of African slaves passed through the house's doors of no return, which faces west across Atlantic. Countless visitors have come to contemplate the slave trade and pay heartfelt tribute, including Nelson Mandela, all these hijacks, right? The Jesuit workers. Except that the official story, the only problem is that the official story turns out to be largely a myth. It's a myth. Historians have agreed since the 1990s that the house was likely just a private residence. We've shown the sources in my other videos. It was actually a mansion. It had nothing to do with slavery. Likely just a private residence that had nothing to do with the slave trade. Nothing to do with the slave trade. Nothing. University of Chicago historian anthropologist Francois Richard, a West African scholar who has studied the slave trade. When you actually study the slave trade, like we have done in this channel with sources, if you actually study the slave trade, has some thoughts about the disconnect between the myth and reality of Goree. Richard emphasizes the house's value as a sort of manifestation of slavery's legacy, meaning because slavery existed, they had to make up. It just manifested from the legacy. They made it up of slavery, which is still so big today that it demands this sort of totem. They created a totem. He reproduces a term that seems to capture the phenomenon well. It is sincere fiction. Sincere, it's fiction. Just like Henry Gates, right? I'm sorry, not Henry Gates. Alex Haley sued. Alex Haley sued. Roots plagiarism suit is settled. What about that, Kurimeo? What does that mean? What about that? What about the suit? So, you know he got sued that his world-renowned book, Roots, contains some material from a relatively unknown novel about slavery that was published 9 years earlier. The worst thing about this novel is that it's a fictional book. It's declared right on the book to be a fictional book. It's not even a novel. As the trial was about to reach a climax with summations by the opposing lawyers, they issued the following statement. The suit has been amicably settled out of court. Alex Haley acknowledges and regrets that Vacious materials from The African by Harold Kurlander found their way into his book. Oh, how did they find their way into your book, Mr. Alex Haley? And what happened when Roots came out? What did it do to everybody? What did it do to everybody? And this is the funny thing is when they did the suit, they found out another person sued him. Shortly before both copyright infringement suits were filed, the Sunday Times of London reported that its investigation by Mark Ottaway had raised many questions about the factual basis of the African portion of Mr. Haley's. Look, what part of his book? The African portion. Yeah, slavery or indentured servitude did happen, but the African portion of Mr. Haley's account of his ancestors' journey from what is now Gambia to slavery in America. That's what the questions are being raised. There's no proof of that. Mr. Haley had conceded that parts of Roots were fictionalized. What parts? If it's the African part, that's a very big part, Mr. Haley. What parts were fictionalized? if it was the African portion of the story, because we know slavery did happen, we know everything else, and not how it really, like the movie shows, like evil white people. No, it wasn't always like that. But we know that there was people maltreated. We know that happened to both black and white people. We know there was both black and white people doing that to people. It wasn't about complexion. It's people being people. There's good people and there's evil people. Doesn't matter if you're white or black to be good or bad. Because Mr. Haley fictionalized parts of roots, and the one they're questioning is the African portion of those parts. He denied that he had knowingly made any factual errors. He defended his book about his ancestors, symbolic history of a people. It's symbolic of his people. What people? Show me your genealogy, Mr. Alex Haley. All your people came from Africa? That's what I asked the elder yesterday. So all your people were slaves and they came from Africa? Yeah, at some point. Not my dad. He was free. Well, no, Sherlock. No, Sherlock. I know that in 1900s, slavery was over. No, Mr. Sherlock. Okay. In the case the African, okay, well, I'm not going to continue into this. Africa, Roman colony. I just saw the chat real quick. Africa, a Roman colony. Africa is a Roman word. Africa is not even an African word. It's Roman. Africa Pronconsularis was a Roman province of the northern African coast that was established in 146 BC following the defeat of Carthage. Africa was a colony, a Roman colony in Tunisia. That's it. Let me show you. Just this part was considered Africa. And before this part, it was even smaller. And that was this right near Europe, Mediterranean, right? We got so much mixture going on in this part. So much mixtures, right? It's a Roman colony. And you're talking about Native American. Nobody's calling nobody Native American anything, man. So Afur Ifri, right? A Berber word. Rome's first province. You know that means dust, right? Dusty, dusty, dust, dusty place, man. Roman. It's a Roman word, not Berberish. And if the Berbers were Roman, man, a lot of them probably were. These Romans, so-called Romans. We give Romans and Greeks too much history. All right. They brought up Anatoly Fomenko last night. He's like, Kurimeo, read Anatoly Fomenko. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Anatoly Fomenko? You talking about, what you talking about, man? We've been on Anatoly Fomenko. I got all 22 of his books. Shout out to Drop Nation, Con Drop, for giving us the drop. He's been on that. That's like 3 years ago, man. You mad late, man. And I got a future video on him. It's going to be great. They lied about our chronology. It's fake. They lied about our chronology. They lied about our chronology. It's fake. And you over here believe in this stuff, and you believe in monkey bones. You believe in monkey bones. All right. The Berlin. What's the Berlin Conference, Kurimeo? Can you tell me what the Berlin Conference is, Kurimeo? Yeah, I'll tell you what the Berlin Conference is. The Berlin Conference, 1880s, right? Slavery's over, right? Slavery's over by then, right? Also known as the Congo Conference. Regulated European colonization and trade in Africa. You know, they're gonna say regulated. This is Wikipedia, but we're gonna do a very thorough presentation on the Berlin Conference. Let me explain to you. The Berlin Conference is when they actually colonized Africa. This is when they actually went in there. This is when they actually went in there. They had no major settlements in West Africa. That is a lie. Never. Show me the proof. Show me who you were working with that was giving you all these slaves. Show me the local legends that talk about this, because they don't even talk about this, and they'll tell you themselves. They'll tell you themselves what they call today the Niger River was really pronounced like back then. We say Jer, right? If you add a G, what is it? If you add a G here, what is it gonna say, right? If you add a G, that's actually how they pronounced it. The way it sounds when you add another G, that's actually how they pronounced it. That's actually how they pronounced it, man. All right. So it's not even like I mean, it became a derogative term, but that's actually, it wasn't, man. And this is not the only place. The actual Amazon River, Rio Negro, Rio Negro, Rio Negro, the Rio Negro, the Rio Negro, the Rio Negro, the Rio Negro, or Guyana, or Ghana, Guyana, as is known, its upper part is the largest left tributary of the Amazon River. The largest part of the Amazon River is called the Niger River, Rio Negro. See that you've been looking at, they've been telling you history in reverse. See, they've been telling you history in reverse. And when you understand that Guyana today, how it's spelled, was spelled more like Guyana, almost like saying Ghana, Guyana, Ghana, Guyana, Guyana, Ghana, Rio Negro, Niger River. And you know where the gold was, what the Spanish were doing over here, where they were getting pearls and gold, then you understand what the real Gold Coast, the Gold Coast was. We've done very thorough presentations on this. I hope everybody gets to catch up. We already talked about the DNA stuff earlier. If you missed it, I recommend, like, if you guys just came in, make sure to watch this when I'm done. I'm almost done. Make sure to watch this. Make sure to watch this video thoroughly from the beginning. Because I think I covered a couple things that they were trying to, like, come at me with last night. The Rio Negro. What you know about the Rio Negro? Huh? This is in the walls. This is in the walls in Mexico. This is in the walls in Mexico. Low. They painted themselves on the walls. They got dreadlocks. They got wraps in their head. They got braids. They're very swarthy. Very swarthy. The Mayas portrayed scenes at the court of their kings on the sides of magnificent painted cylindrical pots, vases, plates, and drinking vessels. In this roll-out of design on a late classic vase of about AD 1800, two-seated dictionaries bow in submission to a lord named Morningstar, while two others attending hold burning cigars. These scenes commemorate the payment of tribute in the form of woven cloth. That cloth, that cotton, that's that money. That cotton is all about the money bag, right? But it's all about the money bag, right? Cotton, money is literally 75% cotton. Shout out to a new breed for the mainstream knowledge that I just never really cared to search for. Cotton is literally money. That's from here, man. I don't want to hear it, man. That's from here. What you know about Moses Yellow Horse, a full-blooded American Indian? What you know about Moses Yellow Horse, huh? You know nothing about it. That's what I'm talking about. You know nothing about. You don't know nothing about these walls or these vases. You don't know anything about the people you see in these vases right here. All right? And then you want to say, well, those are Africans that went there millions of years ago, Kurimeo. All right, prove it to me, man. There you go again with your opinions and your conjecture again. There you go again with your opinions and your conjecture again. Yeah, they got wraps on their head. They chilling, they blazing up. They chilling and blazing up. You already know. They chilling and blazing up. I mean, I got pictures and images for days. These are all on the walls. These are all like when rocks cry out, right? Literally, when rocks cry out, literally. Here go the brother right here, dressed like a jaguar. He even got the tail and everything on. Look at that, the weird jaguar, right? So-called black man. Got some more on this side. We already saw that earlier. Look at this phenotype. Look at their complexion. You know, I get attacked by many groups, man. Many groups, man. Many groups. Yo, shout out to Ron Bird, one of the realest out there. Shout out to my brother Ron Bird. Much love and respect, brother. That's a good-hearted person right there, man. You got beef with Ron, man. I might have problems with you, man, because Ron is a good person. Oh, St. Francis of Solano baptizing the Indians. Guess who's the Indian, guys? Guess who the Indian is? That's the Indian right there they're baptizing. That's the Indian they're baptizing. That's the Indian they're baptizing. I wonder if we still got people from KP's channel that came over here from yesterday. I wonder if you guys are still there. How do you guys feel about this, man? This is just crashing the surface. I haven't even got to primary sources yet. Like, this is... I'm just, you know, because I don't, you know, I can read for 5 hours straight. I've done it. I can read for 5 hours straight. I've done it live. I've proven that. I've done it many times. It's not easy. Just reading sources for 5 hours, setting up a presentation, doing the research to take the time to put all this information together. You will never, none of you in that panel or the host, you will never be able to do something like that. That's why I said earlier, I'm not an entertainer, and you know, people stay in their lane, man. You do your thing, you entertain people, you rap, you host, and then your friends, you know, they can pretend to be, you know, scholars, but they're entertainers too. They entertained yesterday. They entertained yesterday. I'm on a different level than you guys, man. I'm on a whole different level than you guys, man. I'm a whole different level than you guys, man. Let me show you something real quick. This is from the Facts on File Encyclopedia, Word and Phrase Origins, 4th edition. All right? Look it up. Do the research. Oh, Kurimeo, shows the sources, when they never even asked their guests to show sources. I saw your previous videos. I saw the one right before mine, the day before. You guys had no sources. You guys were just talking out you already know, talking out your butt. You guys were just talking out your butt, not showing any sources. But as soon as I came out, you demanded sources when you guys never show any. Did you know the word, the N-word, the N-word, the N-word, right, has also been offensive, derogatory term applied to Indians as well as blacks up until recent times. What happened in recent times, Kurimeo? Well, they started calling you colored. Well, actually, they started calling you African American, right? In the 80s. That happened in the 80s. Thanks to, what's his name? You guys know, put it in the chat. You guys know what I'm talking about. Because the N-word was applied to Indians. The N-word was applied to Indians. Blackamoors and other dark-skinned foreigners. This is from England, right? They're talking about them being in England and Amsterdam. When they're saying blackamoors and other dark-skinned foreigners, now look at the images. You tell me who these foreigners are, where they coming from. Have always possessed considerable attractions of signs for tobacconists. Where's tobacco from? That's an American plant. Who taught the Europeans to grow tobacco? Who introduced tobacco? The same people they're drawing right here. Negroes with feathered headdresses and quilts, right? So-called Negroes with feathered headdresses and quilts. Smoking pipes are to be seen outside tobacco shops on the continent, as well as in England. Thus, in the 17th century, there was one in Amsterdam with the following inscription. And this is from the History of Signboards, from the earliest times to the present day by Jacob Larwood. These are old books, man. Books that you never read. The Journal of Negro History, Carter G. Woodson. Ran away from his master, Eleazar Tyne, Esquire, Dunstable, on the 26th May, past a Negro man, servant, he's a servant, indentured servant, called Robin, almost of the complexion of an Indian. Complexion of an Indian. He's a Negro man with the complexion of an Indian. Now you tell me what that means, man. He's a Negro man with a complexion of an Indian. Jesse Jackson, yep, that was the culprit. That was the culprit. All right, we got this gold pendant from Panama. Right, we're talking about the gold, the true Gold Coast. That's what I was trying to tell you. We got so much gold in Panama, Colombia, Costa Rica. We got so much gold here, pre-Columbian gold. It's not even funny, man. Now they found this one on the right in Mexico, Teotihuacan. They found this pottery, which they're showing a comparison. They're showing a comparison to somebody in Nigeria from today. Just like the brother tried to show me the Zulu picture from modern day. So wouldn't, like, if this is the pottery, what's older and first, and if these people look like the pottery, then wouldn't you conclude that they might be coming from here anciently? The Rio Negro? Who colonized who? Who civilized who? Who brought you guys corn? How the Egyptians, how did the Mande and all these people get corn? You guys don't even know their stories. They tell you they came with corn from the West. They came with corn from the West. This is a Toltec look. This is from an archaeological museum's website in Mexico, the Mexican Anthropological Museum, something like that. I found this little figure. Now look at these people's phenotype now, and also notice the whole like kind of like Egyptian look, the whole kind of like Egyptian. You think they only plagiarized Wakanda and Black Panther? Utah is talking about disrespect and stealing people's culture and self-hate. You guys have no clue what you're saying, man. This is from Canada. Forgot the name of these. They have a specific name. Of course, I don't have to show you the Olmec head because you yourself, you guys run with this Olmec head all the time, but you guys try to make them African. And maybe they might be. Prove it. But I'm going to do a video. You guys are going to probably not like me after that video. I'm going to call it the out of Olmec theory. Just like the out of Africa theory, I'm going to call it the out of Olmec theory. I'm going to show you that the Olmec didn't just have this phenotype alone. They had many different phenotypes. We only tend to like to show this one. This is from the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institute. From 1897, 1898, J.W. Powell, all right? J.W. Powell. I'm going to read something to you guys. In regard to the contact between two races by which such stories could be borrowed, they own from one from the other, it is not commonly known that in the southern colonies, Indian slaves were bought and sold and kept in servitude and worked in the fields side by side with so-called Negroes up until the time of the Revolution. Not to go back to Spanish period when such things were the order of the day. Who were the Spanish and Portuguese really enslaving? We did a whole video on that with sources, with primary sources. They were writing who they were really enslaving or putting into servitude. We find the Cherokee as early as 1693 complaining that their people were being kidnapped by slave hunters. Hundreds of captured Tuscarora and nearly the whole tribe of the Appalachia were distributed as slaves among the Carolina colonists in the early part of the 18th century, while the Natchez and others shared a similar fate in Louisiana. And as late as 1776, Cherokee prisoners of war were still sold to the highest bidder for the same purpose. At one time, it was charged against the governor of South Carolina that he was provoking a general Indian war by his encouragement of slave hunts. Furthermore, as the coast tribes dwindled, they were compelled to associate and intermarry with the Negroes. They married what Negroes? What do you mean by that? Who are these so-called Negroes? Could they be other Indians from South America? Could they be Sephardic Moorish people that were also indentured servants, Black Irish, Black? Yes, I'm telling you guys, yes. all of the above, not Africans. This is what I'm telling you. You automatically think that when they're saying that there's Indians who are also so-called Negro, right, are mixing with so-called Negroes, that you automatically thinking they're talking about Africans, right? I know, break the spell. You got to break that spell. They put that into you until they finally lost their identity. Who lost their identity? The Indians. And were classed with that race. Wait, Indians classed as Negroes, so that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. 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 Unquestionably Indian. What you talking about, man? You showing me Zulu pictures? Like, are you serious, man? You showed me a picture and that's your proof? That's your scholars over there, man? Those are your scholars over there? Yo, that's embarrassing. Honestly, I'm embarrassed for you, man. I'm embarrassed for you, man. I hope you are embarrassed, and I hope you can keep it real. If you actually have that private meeting with me, I'm requesting. I'm requesting the private meeting with you. I already told Vinny. Vinny knows the deal. You want me to come back on your show? You got to talk to me personally first, man. You got to talk to me personally, get to know me first, man. And I want to tell you all the wrongs you did that night, man. And I hope you're real, and I hope you can take it like a man. I hope you can take it like a man, like a true scholar, and say, yeah, you know what? You were right, man. I didn't know none of this stuff, man. None of us knew this stuff, man. We should have let you talk, man. We should have let you do this same exact presentation over on my platform so people can actually learn. We shouldn't have acted like gatekeepers. We shouldn't have acted like gatekeepers. I'm going to read this to you. Man, a monthly record of anthropological science, published under the direction of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. This is from 1939. Original articles. It says Negro skeleton remains from Indian sites in the West Indies. The recent paper in this journal by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian Mann implies that an undeformed Negro physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian times. Pre-Columbian times. Yo, I'm sorry, man. Like, honestly, like, that shit was ridiculous last night, man. I can't believe y'all disrespected me like that, man. Put some respect on my name, man. My work is up. My work is up. Where's your work? My work is up. You see my name there? Kurimeo on the top. I made this, May. I made this. And I got the actual source. I got the original source in my collection of PDFs. I got it, man. All right. What is it telling you? Negroid physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian times, and they're not from Africa just because they're Negro. Yeah, they're very ignorant. I hope you guys let them know that. I hope you guys go back. Yo, you guys mad ignorant, man. Like, you guys missed out on some good info, man. We need to get out of that 1993 class of 1993. They love that. They're like, Kiowa, shout out to Kiowa, man. That's what I told Kiowa earlier. They're like a bunch of Al Bundys, man, with 4 touchdowns in one game. That's the only thing they remember. That's their one moment in life. Learning from Pan-Africans, learning from Ivan Van Sertima and all these so-called scholars before us. You got to put respect on their names, Kurimeo. Okay, fine. I respect who was before me. Now, I don't know whether they had access to this information or they didn't. I don't know if they were gatekeepers or they weren't. But just with me looking at everything, are you saying that you couldn't have found all this information just like I did? Are you saying no, because you weren't even looking this way? You would have never looked this way. You're still doing it today. You're still ignoring it. You're still disrespecting the research. You're still talking out, yo. But how can you dispute something you know nothing of? That's ignorance. Mr. Shilston believed this skeleton to be that of an Arawak Indian, and in 1937 presented it as such to the U.S. National Museum. It's a Negroid physical type, but he straight up told them this is an Arawak Indian. Upon reconstructing the skull from the many fragments in which it was received in Washington, I felt justified in calling it a Negro. A Negro. I felt justified in calling it a Negro. Yeah, the entire world, but all skinfolk ain't kinfolk. That doesn't unite you as one nation just because you got a similar complexion. Are you the same as the Aborigines in Australia? Are you the same as the Andaman Islanders? I'm gonna show you something, man. Shout out to Copper's Hot Step. You guys know the Andaman Islanders? You see these people? They look like you? Do they look like you? The guy in the panel when he was showing me do they look like you? Those are your people, right? Because they more closer to what you look like. Is that your theories and stuff? But guess what? The Andaman Islanders, when they did a thorough scientific research on their DNA, not ancestry, but haplogroup and all the studies they do, you know, it's a little more complex. All right. It goes a lot more research goes into it. They concluded, and it's a fact, it's mainstream right now, that they don't descend from Africans. Their haplogroup is Asian. They're the original Asians. They are more related to Asians than Africans. Right? We showed the video, we showed the actual study, the scientific review studied stating this. All right? So I know a lot of you was like, yo, but Kurimeo, but we still all the same because we all connected and now. So now we all connect with Pangea, right? But you'll still, even with your Pangea theory, which it's okay. Let's go with that conjecture because we weren't there, but let's go with it, right? We know it's still connected under the water, right? Right? But you still trying to put that civilization started on the side where Africa would be in Pangea. You're still trying to tell me that. You're still trying to hold on to a little bit of Africa. You're still trying to hold on like, but Kurimeo, we were connected. So we were connected doesn't mean that things couldn't have started on this side of Pangea and then went over to that side. Because we got all the proof of that. We have all the proof of that. When you're talking about Atlantis, Atlantis, come on, man. That's not a Greek word. They added the TIS at the end, but that Atlant, that ATL, that Atzlan, the Atlantic, that's a Nahuatl word. That's an American indigenous term. Nobody else had that term. We are Atlantis. We still here. It ain't all sink. It didn't all go down. We still here. Many of the colonies of Atlantis were in Central America, South America, and the mounds. The mound culture. Many of those so-called survivors ended up in these places. We were here. We've been here. Yeah, that legacy that you got from Atlantis or that original civilization that nobody knows where it is. Shout out to Graham Hancock for trying to look for it for years. And finally, in his last book, you guys don't know. You guys don't keep up with the research, I guess. American Before, right? PDF. American Before. America Before. You know, what he has concluded, I've read many of Graham Hancock's books. And I have this one. This is gonna, we're gonna tell you. So he finally realized that lost civilization he was looking for was always here. He finally realized, based on his research, even though he started out with that Pan-African stuff, he kept researching, and it led him all the way back to America, the key to Earth's lost civilization. How you get corn in the Egyptian hieroglyphics? How you have corn over there if that's an American native plant, native to America? How you get corn? You tell me, man. Graham Hancock got the drop now. He finally got the drop. I don't know. It's funny because I wrote him an email. I was like, yo, man, I was so proud of you. I used to, read all your books, and I thought it was awesome, just that whole lost civilization thing. And how come you don't know the stuff that I'm researching right now, that I'm finding out? This was before he brought out the book. Now, I don't know if he read my email, but I sent him a very passionate email. And I hope he read it. And if he did, I know it made an influence or I made him think about something. I really made him think if he actually read my email, because I found his email. All right. So let's get out of here. But let's go back to the sources real quick. We're almost done here. I know this has been long. I told everybody I was gonna be quick, but you know what? Like I was trying to tell these fools last night, things like this are not quick. You can't force me to try to learn you in 2, 3 minutes when you don't even want to learn anything. You're gonna deny it. When I showed the elder the source, we don't use those sources. We don't go by those sources, man. We don't go by those sources. What sources do you go by? A flag? Monkey bones? You go by off monkey bones? Like seriously, dog? Seriously? And he even had the audacity to swear at me at one point. He called me a mother effer. And I was like, why are you calling me a mother effer? He said, oh no, I'm just being symbolic. Yo, you're mad rude and disrespectful. You're one of the most disrespectful elders I've ever encountered. I've encountered many. So that's why I'm used to it. I know, I know age don't really mean anything. You earn your respect too, man. You got to earn your respect too, man. I had respect for you by calling you an elder as soon as you came there. And I really thought you were going to come, but you came to straight up attack me. And KP, you allowed that to happen, knowing he's talking bull, man. You know all your ancestors weren't slaves, man. You know ODB's ancestors weren't all slaves, man. You knew that, man. You made a video. Let me show you guys, man, before I even continue. Okay? Let me before I even continue, man. All right, I'm gonna show you what he got. Oh, I don't want to get copyright. I ain't trying to get copyright. Don't try to do that to me, man. Okay, Killer Priest, please explain this to me. Killer Priest, grandmother's land. What you mean by grandmother's land, man? What you mean by grandmother's land, huh? I thought the elder was right. That was your master teacher. You didn't even correct him. You didn't even correct him, man. What do you mean grandma's land? I thought everybody was from Africa. I thought everybody the glove. Hey, the glove. You know you were talking shit about Killer Priest video right here, right? Grandmother's land. It must be his grandma. This must be his grandma. You're talking bad about his grandma? You calling her an African slave? Grandmother's land. Grandmother's land. How hypocrite. How fake. To me, that was mad fake, man. To me, that was mad fake, man. You didn't even back me up. And I'm your guest, man. I was your guest, man. And you were dapping them up when I left. I saw you laughing and saying, yep, agreeing to everything they were saying. I saw what you did, man. I watched the whole thing, man. I rewatched it and I listened. And I was going to do some other stuff. And I was going to edit it. I was going to grab your video. I was going to make you guys look foolish with all your statements. I was going to really do more than this. But I'm like, this is enough right here. This is just a warning. A warning meaning you come at me. You better come at me with sources. I'm going to make you look foolish, man. I'm going to make you look foolish, all right? I couldn't believe they were showing me the the Homo sapien, these archaic ape-looking, you guys don't understand. They're trying to make so-called black people into apes, right? That's believing in these bones is believing the Darwinism thing that you came from apes, right? And that's the reason why I put a sheep and wolf's, no, what is it? A wolf in sheep's clothing. A wolf, yeah. I didn't give you the other head because you were kind of like, you weren't even, you were trying to supposedly be neutral, but you were dapping them up. You kept muting when I was talking. Like I can see you guys talking. You weren't even paying attention to what I was saying while the other guy's screaming. So yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing, man. I'm gonna talk over. I ain't you think I'm gonna take y'all serious? I'm supposed to debate you fools, man. I'm supposed to debate you non-scholars. Look at y'all, man. Look at y'all, man. Look at y'all, man. That's your ancestor. Those are your ancestors. These are your scholars, man. This is who you guys follow, man. This is who you guys throw money at. But I get it. I get it. It's all about that money bag, right? It's not even about the info anymore. Shout out to Back for What's Mine, yo. Yeah, get mad. Go ahead, be mad. Now you mad, you can be mad at something. Now you can really be mad at something. Oh, they didn't know Kurimeo. Yeah, they didn't know Kurimeo. Now they know Kurimeo. Now they know Kurimeo, and you're gonna remember my name now. Now you're actually gonna remember my name. You're disrespectful, man. You have no host skills, man. You can't even remember my name, man. How many times did you ask me my name? And that's fine, man. I don't care. But that just shows how, you weren't talking about I went there unprepared. You try to put it on me. You try to agree with your buddies, your boys, man. You chilling at your crib, at your music studio, wherever you are with your boys, man. These ain't no panel of experts that you called. These are your people chilling in your house, smoking up some weed and stuff, man. You think I don't know this stuff, man, from Boston, man? What you talking about, man? With your wolf head and sheep's clothing, man. And you other guys over there with your with your primitive features, with your primitive, archaic, non-modern human ancestors that you were showing me. Yeah, they got me on my character. Yeah. But that's all they can do. This is what I'm saying. You gotta understand that's straight up Pan-African behavior. Because you gotta understand, guys. I hope you realize if you're watching right now and you believed all that whole Pan-African thing all these years, it's okay. We all did. We grew up with that. It's okay to empty your cup though now. It's okay to let go. It's okay to let go. Don't worry about me getting emotional. I got my work up. I can back up my emotions. I can back up what I say with sources. I can back up what I say with sources, man. I can back up what I say with sources. The highest form of ignorance is when you reject something you don't know anything about. Killer Priest and your other goons, your little goon squad, trying to bully up on me like I ain't used to that. Like I wasn't always the light-skinned dude in the crowd. Like I wasn't prepared for this. Like the Most High didn't prepare me for yo fools. I grew up on this, man. I grew up with this disrespect, man. Ain't nothing new to me. But I slay hijacks, man. You're dealing with a priest king, a Khan, a Maru Khan. It's scalping season right now, man. You guys volunteered to be scalped. It's scalping season right now. Because what he knows, based on George Carlin's primary source from 1880, North American Indians, being letters and notes on their manners, customs, and conditions, right? George Catlin, check out his paintings too. When he knows from what he has seen and what he has read that all other primitive tribes known in America are dark, copper colored with jet black hair, dark copper colored with jet black hair. All right. Dark copper background right here. This is Winnipeg Jack, Blackfoot. Shout out to the ancestor. And he wasn't no African. He wasn't no slave or from a slave ship. Don't disrespect him, man. And this is one of the sources I read. This is one of the sources I read to the elder. And he said, we don't go off those sources, Kurimeo. What sources? From the Cyclopedic Journal and Review of Universal Science and Knowledge, Historical, Natural, Medical Arts and Sciences. Source from a professor of Historical Natural Sciences. Knowledge is the mental food of man, man. Get this food, man. Get this baby food. Baby food. Yo, shout out to Baller's Life, yo. I've been having mad fun watching those, man. Baby food, man. You guys, baby food. Oh, man. The Americans cannot have sprung from a single nation because independently of the languages, their features and complexions are as various as in Africa and Asia. This is a primary source. This book is from 1832. 1832. Their features and complexions are as various as in Africa and Asia. We find in America white, tawny, brown, yellow, olive, copper, and even black nations as in Africa. Even black nations, yes, so-called Negro. Yes. They also had tall people and short people, which people say I'm talking about giants, like they took it to they're silly. Also, dwarfs and giants, they mean tall and short people, handsome and ugly features, flat and alkaline noses, thick and thin lips, all phenotypes. America is the true old world. Geological sketches. You guys know who Louis Agassiz is? You guys know who Louis Agassiz is? I'm gonna show you who Louis Agassiz is. All right, I got sources for days, man. Like you guys got to get in the classroom. You wanted a a 2 month lamp. I don't even know how many hours of information I got, but it'll probably take you a year or two to go through it. And you wanted me to present that in 2 minutes. You wanted me to come and present that in 2 minutes, right? Geological sketches. Anybody who's a geologist, any geologist out there right now listening and watching knows who Louis Agassiz is, right? Because when you study geology, you gotta read this book. It's part of your curriculum to study Louis Agassiz, the most famous geologist that ever existed, right? I'm gonna show you what he says right away. Right away, first chapter of his book. What does he say? America. What does the content say? Page 1. Let's start out with the basics. This is like what I was telling you guys earlier. 1 plus 1. You want to learn calculus, but you don't even know 1 plus 1. All right. 1 plus 1 is America is the old world. America is the old world. America is the old world. You guys gotta, get over your emotions, man. You have this attachment. You have an emotional attachment to a landmass. But firstborn among the continents, though so much later in culture and civilization, that's the cool thing because we're going with the out of Africa civilization theory. We actually had the first civilizations here. We had that first, Caral Supe, first among the continents, though, so much later in culture civilization than some more recent birth. America, so far as her physical history is concerned, her physical history has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land lifted out of the waters. First land lifted out of the waters. If we have the oldest land, why wouldn't we have the oldest humans and the animals? It makes sense. I'm about to show you guys something. All right. Hers was the first shore washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth. Beside, the first shores were here, man. And while Europe was represented only by islands rising here and there above the sea, America already stretched an unbroken line of land from Nova Scotia to the far east. America, the old world. America, the true old world. All right. Graham Hancock is right. It was here in America. Yeah, this is Atlantis. This is the Westerners. This is Amenti, the underworld, or where the sun sets. The sun sets in the west. The under is here. Thoth, Anubis is the Shalot dog. We had the dog. We even had the deity with the same attributes. The Lord of the underworld, the guider of spirits, of souls, and that was Shalot. That was here first. That was here. You plagiarized that too, man. Damn. And I got the video to prove it, but you don't want to watch it. You don't want to watch it. I got the video to prove it. Let me show you guys something real quick. We got the oldest land, right? The Pennsylvania geology, or what they call the Pennsylvania period. Let me see if we got it here. The Pennsylvania period. You saw that European attire. The Pennsylvania period, 300 and something million years ago. What is so special about this Pennsylvania area? I showed in my video, Ancient Animals of America. I have so many good videos for you guys to watch. I hope you guys are excited to binge watch my videos and learn so much that was not taught to you in school, and that these Pan-African so-called master teachers never told you. They want you to just see animals and lions and elephants. All that was in Africa, right? Wrong. They originated here in America. They originated here in America. The Pennsylvania geology is lastly from, as for most other geological units, the rock beds defined. So when we talk about old world, the oldest land. So let me see if we can read what I'm talking about. So the first mammals, all right, here we go. Vertebrates, amphibians were diverse and common. Some were several meters long, as those that collapsed of the rainforest ecology in the mid-Pennsylvanian between the Muscovian and the Casimovian removed many amphibian species that did not survive, as well in the cooler, drier conditions. Reptiles, however, prospered during specific key adaptations. One of the greatest evolutionary innovations of the Carboniferous was the amniote egg. The amniote egg. I know this is all science stuff, but basically what I show in my video, very thorough video with many sources, is that mammals, the first reptiles that walked out into the first reptiles that walked and became mammals happened here in Pennsylvania. There's proof of it here in Pennsylvania. It's called the Pennsylvania period. It was even named after them. Remember, we had the first shores. So it would make sense that the first mammals that came out of the water ended up here. Not just that. Camels, this is historic mysteries. Camels can be temperamental. They'll even spit at you. But they are also amazingly hardworking, graceful creatures. While camels are stereotypically associated with the Middle East and Africa, they actually originated in North America around 45 million to 50 million years ago. The earliest known North American camel genus was Protolipus and was the size of a rabbit. The prehistoric camel evolved into camelops, the last species of the large North American camel. They were even bigger than the ones in Africa. Camels went from here into Asia, not a Bering Strait reverse. No, it went from here into Asia and then into Africa. Camels. Camelid, camels, llamas, alpacas, vicuñas. Although there are no living species of the camelid family in North America today, the fossil records show that the family started and evolved there. Where? In North America. Scientists have found preserved remains of La Brea tar pits near Los Angeles. The members of the camelid family that were in North America probably resembled llamas. All right? Members of this family migrated to South America and Asia over land bridges, a reverse history, reverse. They told you history in reverse. It's a sincere fiction. It's a sincere fiction. Sincere fiction. Ladies and gentlemen, that you've been living a lie. It's okay. The time was right. The Most High is always on time. The Great Spirit is on the Wakanda. Wakanda is always on time. You know, things happen how they're supposed to happen. Shout out to the German Moor. Shout out to the original Germans right here. Shout out to the original Germans right here. They got his statue up. They got your statues up everywhere over there. Oh, how come these people dress more like Marcus Garvey, huh? How come these people dress more like Marcus Garvey, huh? What's this? Oh, Kurimeo. Kurimeo, is that the Vatican? Wait, is that the Vatican crest, Kurimeo? Yeah, that's actually the Vatican crest. Hold on. I think that's the Vatican one. It's not, it's very similar. So look how they dodged the hijack. And this is, you guys are going to learn my term, dodge the hijack. We dodged the hijack big time over here. We're good at that. So you see this African word right here. Now, these people got to prove to me, whoever wrote this article, that these are Africans just because they're so-called black. Oh, you thought all Europe was white, huh? You thought all Europe was white. And what happened to all these so-called Moors? You think they all ended up in Africa only? You think they only ended up in Africa? You think they only ended up in Africa, huh? Again, I got videos and sources and info and topics for days, man. For days. I want to show you guys. Look at the back. Look at the crest behind the Pope. It's a black man on their crest. This is what I was talking about. Many family crests with so-called Negroes on them. Why would they put their African slaves? Why would they put their African slaves on their coat of arms? Why? Why? Okay. This is from the 14th century. Strasbourg's. This is the interesting 14th century tapestry captures the event of the European migration period when the Gauls, Celts, and Blackamoors of Europe, a single, dodge the hijack, colored people, lost the effort in defending their villages and towns, way of life in Italy, Spain. So what happened? They got invaded by these wild men right here. Look at the wild, pale-skinned men, and look at who's living in the castles. Look who's living in the castles. In Germany. You got to prove to me these are Africans. You're just saying that because they're colored. You're just saying that this is the Pope's, this is the crest. Look at what he got on the crest. That's the Vatican or Batu Khan, Genghis Khan's brother. Batu Khan, Vatican. Coat of arms of past Tetel in Germany. The Moors had a very large presence in medieval Germany. Oh, so they were all just Moors. So you want to label them Moors. So, you know, that's the hijack. You know, a lot of the time people got that whole tag of Moor just applied to them just because they're living in Europe and they're so-called black. But when the Moors got there was already black people in Europe. That's what you don't understand. There was already black people in Europe when the Moors got there. They didn't come with the Moors. They was already there. They're indigenous to Europe. Oh, you guys don't know about Cheddar Man? Cheddar Man? Cheddar Man? All right. Cheddar Man. All right, so I'm glad I showed that a little bit. Oh, look at this, Swarty on Swarty, black on black crime, because these same Germans came here and colonized. A lot of them were indentured servants. They became known as so-called slaves and Negroes when they got here because they came in with indentured servitude status. And in history, they wrote them down as Negroes or slaves only. And you thought these were white people a lot of the times or Africans. Yeah, the whole history is a lie, man. The coins show the people on the who was really ruling at the time. The coins, all that shows it, man. All that. I have so much drop on this. I got a whole 3-part series called Swarty Europe and its Aboriginal indigenous inhabitants. So many sources in those 3 videos alone proven what I just said, that there was so-called black people indigenous to Europe before the so-called Moors got there in the 700s. See, they lie to you about everything. They want you to just have this whole called African mentality that everybody who's dark skinned came out of Africa. We were, oh, you was more than cons, man. I hope you're not being subliminal, but yeah, you was way more than cons, man. You were everything. People are people. It wasn't about complexion, man. Let's not get ignorant, man. It wasn't about complexion. People were people. People were everything. The whole world was melanated. You're the one who tells me that, right? All the time. So how you gonna say that everybody that is in the world came out of one place, man? Came out of one place, and you got no proof of that. When I showed you Andaman Islanders have nothing to do with Africans, Aboriginal Australians have nothing to do with Africans. Their DNA shows that they're haplogroups. They're more Neanderthalish Denison people, actually. Shout out to UBTV for the drop. The smartest beast in the field, man. Check out that series he did. UBTV, man. Man, there's some real scholars out here, man. You guys over there entertaining people, man. Entertaining people, man. I can't believe you guys, man. Yeah. Yeah. So we had the American lions, we had elements. So let me just break it down to you guys. Like mammals, carnivores, cats, dogs, camels, almost everything originated here, man. We had dinosaurs galore. Like when we talk about prehistory and they talk about dinosaurs, you're gonna see the documentaries are gonna come to America a lot. All right. An inquiry into the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal race of America by Samuel George Morton. Right? Says here physical characteristics. It says here they all possess alike the long, heavy brow and the dull and sleepy. They all possess the long, lank, black hair, the brown or cinnamon colored skin, the heavy brow, the dull line, sleepy eye, the full and compressed lips, and the salient but dilated nose. All right. This is from primary sources, right? Hold up. But they don't know what primary sources are. Yo, we don't go off those sources, Kurimeo. What sources do you guys go off then? Only Pan-African sources? Ivan Ben Sertima and all these people? Diop, the Sufi mystic? He's a Sufi mystic, man. You get mad because I'm telling you that? Just go research it. These facts, however, made exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian, which is as undividingly characteristic as that of the Negro. The Indian, that of the Negro. His peculiar physiognomy is that of the Negro. For whether we see him in the athletic Carib or the stunt Chima in the dark Californian, the dark Californian or the fair Baroa, he is an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for being of any other race. He's not African just because he looks like a Negro. He's an Indian still. He's not of any other race. He's not of any other race. Again, let's check out the Seminole couple right here. Seminole Indians right here. Seminole Indians. All right. And let me show you the other people right here. I mean, I got these colorized. I got a whole series on American Indian photos that I colorized, guys. And you guys need to go watch that. All right. It's just music playing in the background. It's just images, slideshow, but it's beautiful, man. I think it's beautiful. Like just seeing the different, and this is what we can get from the 1800s. Obviously, it's not everybody. It's not everybody. All right. But we work with what we got. And when we colorize them, yeah, that's what we saw. Couple colored tribes of America, man. The Quechua Indians pictured here were Yuma-speaking farmers who lived in a hot, bottomless along both rivers of the lower Colorado River in the area of present-day Yuma, Arizona. All right. So the Yuma and the Quechuan Indians, Yuma tribal people, all right, they had dreadlocks. A lot of them had dreadlocks. What you know about the Atacapas? What you guys know about the Atacapas, huh? What you guys know about the Atacapas, man? We could have done this presentation on your platform, KP. We could have done this, man. We would have come correct. If you would have come correct, we could have done this, man. I'm reading from the Lake Charles Atacapas, and they put cannibals who dodged the hijack. It says period from 1817 to 1820 by Dr. J.O. Dyer. Doctor, all right? It says the savages, hold up. Of course, they're going to call them savages. It says the savages, who were the coastal clan of interior tribes, were of a very low type of civilization. Now, remember, this guy is trying to call them cannibals, so he has racist views. That happens, but he's still being honest. He's so honest with his racism, but he's also honest about something else. What is he honest about? That they were dark-skinned. They were dark-skinned with dirty, short, coarse black matted hair, dark skin with coarse black matted hair, dark skin with coarse matted hair. This is an actual drawing of the Atacapas. If you put Atacapas right now in Google search it, you'll see a Wikipedia page come up, right? This is the image they have right here. This is the image they got. I'm gonna show you another. Let me show you the colorized. This is the colorized version. That's in Atacapa, Louisiana. South. Louisiana. And you see that other little guy next to him? That's another Indian. This is a larger image. It shows other Indian people. Indigenous people. All right? That's the Atacapa. Matching the description, they were dark-skinned with coarse black matted hair. Yeah. One more and you just get erased. One more and you just get erased. We got time for that, man. We don't got time for that. We gave you the time yesterday. We gave y'all the time yesterday, man. The tribe how likened to the type of the Tonkahuas. The Tonkahuas, men of short stature, large heads, and dark skins. Dark skin, so-called black skin. We're in Crania Americana, or a comparative view of the skulls of various aboriginal nations or North and South America, right? From Samuel George Morton as well. It says, their complexion is dark. They're talking about the Incas of Peru. The Incas of Peru, their complexion is dark brown, and their hair long, black, and rather coarse hair. Their complexion is dark brown with coarse hair. And then Clavijero, a Sephardi Jew, he says, who's a black man, he said, to these observations, Clavijero may be added a few others from Humboldt. Humboldt, you guys know Alexander Humboldt? He says, he describes the Inca, this scholarly primary source, Alexander Humboldt, who describes them as possessing a swarthy means black, a swarthy and copper color, swarthy and copper color. These are some just images, and I got this from Library of Congress, I believe, or I can't remember where I got it. Source creator right here, Wilhelm Gottlieb Tobias, from 1755 to 1811. It says here, image of Virginia Indians derived from Theodore the Bride of America, Part 1, Plate 6 and 7. Gottlieb Tobias Wilhelm, 1758 and 1811, was a Bavarian clergyman and naturalist in Augsburg. This book, an encyclopedic overview representing scientific knowledge of the time, included mankind and its delineation of natural history. All right. So it says here, Iroquois leader, so the top right here, Iroquois leader holding a knife and wearing a cloak over European clothing. He also wears moccasins, feather headdress. And the other one says Native Americans of Virginia, includes tattoos, deerskin, and garments. And then the ones in the bottom, it says Native American man and woman from Canada. All right? Canada. Let me show you a Canadian Indian. Primary source, a Canada, a Canadian Indian, Canada, right? And the other guy is from Honduras, holding a spear and a shield, from Honduras. He's from Honduras, Central America. All right, Canada, Central America. All I see is so-called black, copper-colored tribes of America. Oh, I think it backfired on you guys yesterday. See, the great spirit Wakanda is great. The American nations, or outlines of their general history, ancient and modern. All right, C.F. Rufinsky. What does he say? He says, a black people came to Haiti from the south or southeast, meaning from South America, not from Africa, from the south, southeast, who had darts of guanine metal and were called the Black Guaninis. They came from South America, not Africa. Stop trying to add that African narrative. You're trying to say they found black people in Haiti. No, and they weren't African, man. They were coming from South America, man. This tradition preserved by Herrera, right? Garcia and Charlevoix, all these conquistadors, indicate a colony of Negroes or men painted black from South America, not from Africa, from South America. Rio Negro, remember Amazon, Rio Negro? Remember Rio Negro, the Black River, which is Niger, the original Niger, Black River, Amazon. And these people are coming from South America, where the Amazon is. Yeah, they might be the Black Negroes of Cuaraquequa, mentioned by Dangleria or some other American Negro nation, of which there are many. There are many. There are many Negro ancient black nations. See my account on Ancient Black Nations of America. There's many. There's many, and he now this is just an expert on the black nations. He actually covers the all the different complexions he sees here, and it's written here in history. And there's also white, light skin, not white like we think, but light skinned people. There's so-called almost white. He talks about that, but then he also talks about the Ushiks, the Puruas, the Parias, the Chons were as white as the Spaniards. See that? Such tribes were found in South America, while many tribes of chocolate choco, the Manabis, the Yoruras were as black as Negroes. They were as black as Negroes. All other shades of brown, tawny, and copper-colored tribes were scattered everywhere. Everywhere. Black is a crayon color. Nobody's black. Nobody's black. That's a crayon color, man. Says here, the ancient world. The ancient cities of the New World, travels and explorations in Mexico and Central America from 1857 to 1882. All right, by G. Goninino and Helen S. Conan. All right, Desiree Charnay is actually the author. It was translated by these people. This was written in Spanish, I believe, originally, Spanish and French. And it says here, among them are types which they're talking about, like the pottery and all that, fragments of kinds of meteorites. The fields are strewn with pottery, max, small fixtures, layers, and exvotes, small idols, broken cups, stone axes. I select for myself some masks which portray the various Indian types with marvelous truth, and at times not without some artistic skill. Among them are types which do not seem to belong to America. Why not? Because they told you, this guy, the author, that everybody came out of Africa that was Negro. So with him, he's like, wait, I'm finding something else here. They don't seem to belong here. A Negro, and they have the plate, they have the images, whose thick lips, flat nose, and woolen hair proclaim his African origin. Now, Dodge the hijack, he's only saying that because to him, people that look like that came out of Africa. Because he just said why he's basing his African on, based on what he looks like, not because he knows that they actually came from Africa. All right, so below this, a Chinese head, Caucasian and Japanese specimens. We had all phenotypes here, man. America's the true old world. You know? The races of men. A fragment by Robert Knox, MD, lecturer of anatomy and corresponding member of the National Academy of Medicine of France from 1850. All right, but the elder said, Kurimeo, we don't go off those sources, Kurimeo. We don't go off these sources, Kurimeo. All is conjecture, though. All is conjecture, uncertainty. After some 4,000 years of historic period, all we have is a chronology full of errors and falsehood, unintelligible, incomprehensible. We find dark races still on the earth. Of their ancient history, absolutely nothing is known. Stop making it up. You don't know. Nobody knows. These experts and these African theories, they don't know. They don't know. You guys still there? I'm sorry, man. Like, hold on. All right, yeah, we're still live. They don't know. Nor does it matter in what region of the globe we first view them. They are confined to no particular zone. They are not just from Africa, the dark racers. They're not just from one zone, but spread as it were from pole to pole, from the Arctic to the Antarctic Circle. If the Lapps be a dark race, then the dark races exist in Europe as a race. Asia abounds with them. There's mad dark races over there in Asia. The Andaman Islanders, I showed you guys that already. Those are the original Asians. Africa has always been considered their stronghold, right? Africa, right? And unquestionably, from the Mediterranean shores to Cape Algujas, the thick-lipped as cupped or the Bojiman of all shades, but the fair prevails throughout. But it is in America, all right? That's all good over there, but it is in America The last discovered by the civilized European. They just discovered us, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. Who's the colored man? You tell me, chat. Who they call colored? You tell me, chat, who they calling colored? Because America is the stronghold of the colored race from the land of fire that's all the way down in the poles, almost in the Antarctic pole, to the icebound polar sea up in the north. Nature had darkened every race unmistakably, nor had the Eskimo or the circumpolar races escaped the coloration. Even the Eskimo and these people were actually very, very dark skinned originally. A lot of people got ethnic cleansed. It happened worldwide. It happened worldwide. All right, just some more images here. This is from a map, an old map. You know, we saw her earlier. This is a drawing of an Indian right here. Like these are all primary, like these are all very historic. These are actually the historic depictions. These are the Mayas right here. These two guys, these are Mayas. Okay. The Saturday Evening Post from 1828. Professor Ravinsky to Dr. J.M. Culler of Baltimore. And there's a lot of drop on this one. Let's see what we get. To events this result in a single but striking point doubted to this day by superficial inquiries, it's sufficient to mention that they were in America before Columbus came. Before Columbus came, before Swarty, the black Columbus, before this so-called black man Columbus came, nations and tribes of the following complexions: coppered, tawny, olive, dusky, white or pale yellow, dark brown and black, but none red unless painted. They mean like when they say red man, they like literally they're not red. And that all these complexions are found in Asia, in Polynesia, and in Africa. There's even white and pale yellow in Africa. The Native American Negroes or Black Indians have been seen in Brazil, Guyana, Caracas, Poyapan, Choco, North California, and some of them, such as the Auroras or Caroras of Cumana, were black, but with fine features and long hair, like the Yolovs and Galas of Africa, just like the ones that have straight hair in Africa. Oh, you thought everybody had nappy hair in Africa, huh? That's your type. You showed me a Zulu picture. You showed me a picture of a Zulu man because he had nappy hair and he had a dark complexion, and that's supposed to prove something, right? But Africans also have straight hair. There's many tribal people that have straight hair in Africa. Others in New California, latitude 32, called esteros, are like the Hottentots, the Numuquas, and Tambukis, all right? They're just like these African tribes. And many other Negritan tribes, not black, but dark brown, yet complete Negroes, with large, thick lips, broad, flat noses, and very ugly, right, racist view, with hair crisp or curly hair, crisp or curly hair. The Negro features belong to the form of the head rather than the color, since there are in Africa, Asia, and Polynesia black, brown, yellow, olive, coppery, and even white Negroes in Africa. Come on, man. The American Negroes of Cuarancua and Choco, all right, and the Andes, South America, from the mountains of Panama, were black and with woolly heads in 1506. All right, black with woolly heads, guys. Black with woolly heads. And you guys over there arguing in the chat, are you guys paying attention? Or are you guys getting distracted and emotional in the chat again? Are you guys paying attention? You know, we're not just talking for hours without showing sources like in the panels you guys are coming from. Are you here to troll and fight, or are you here to listen to what I'm saying? Because are you who you're attacking? I'm the one giving the presentation. I'm the one running the classroom right now. So you should be paying attention to me, not what people saying. All right? If you're getting emotional, especially if you're coming with hijack. All right? Woolly haired. We're black with woolly haired. All right? Black with woolly hair, and you want to show me Zulu pictures, people of in South Africa with leopard skins, man. What is that supposed to prove? To me, that only proves that they came and originated from here, most likely. Because ask their chiefs where they come from. They're going to tell you they did not originate where they're from. Most West African tribal people will tell you they're not from there. They came from somewhere else. Do the research. Ask the actual tribal people. You don't even know what tribe you're from. You don't even know any Africans, most of you. or even been to Africa to go ask people the history. Stop making things up, man. Stop making things up. So Stevenson says that the Indians of Manabi, comprising the district of Esmeraldas, Rio Verde, and Atacamas on the seashore of Popobayan, are all Sambos and produced by a ship full of Negroes who came in the country before the Spaniards, killed the former inhabitants, kept the women, and formed a mixed race. So who are these people? Right? We got to do the research. We're not going to say, oh, they're probably African, Kurimeo, you know. There you go again with your conjectures. They're all tall, of a blackish color with soft curly hair, large eyes, flat noses, thick lips, while the true samples of modern offspring of Indians and Negroes are of a deep copper color with thick hair not curled. All right, that's this source. Got a little bit more here. It says these three races, okay, it says thus the three divisions of mankind in regard to their complexion were found in America. All these, we had, listen, someone trying to tell a lot of you, even the Abos, you know, a lot of the Abos in this community, the Aboriginals, they attacked me just like the Pan-Africans from last night with no sources, with all emotions and stuff, all emotions. America's the true old world. We had every phenotype, not just one phenotype, not just Olmec, guys, come on. Not just Olmec looking people. That's why I'm looking forward to my out of Olmec theory video coming soon. I hope that's going to make you think about a lot of things and stop trying to make everybody into one phenotype. You're doing the same thing the Pan-Africans are doing. Because the three great divisions of mankind in regard to their complexion were found in America previous to the modern colonization. These three races have been erroneously been called white, red, and black, to which I have proposed to substitute the terms of pale, tawny, and dark, which describe them completely, although it is not the color, but rather the features which distinguish them. All right, so he's letting you know they were already here. Right? Other shades like white, whitish, rosy, ruddy, tawny, brown, brownish, blackish, black, ebony, all that. America, all that was here. That was all here. These are all Indian drawings, old maps. This is how they depicted them. Stop with the emotions, man. Verrazano's voyage along the Atlantic coast of North America. We got sources for days, and these are just scratching the surface. I got hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of this nonstop. What you talking about? Why don't you source up or shut up? Source up or shut up. Yeah. Verrazano's voyage along the Atlantic coast of North America, 1524. 1524. What does it say about the people he met in Florida, right? Florida was the whole southeast. Verrazano's writing that they are of a dark color. They are of a dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopians. They're just like Ethiopians. Ethiop means burnt face. It means dark complexion. Ethiopia doesn't mean a landmass in Africa. Stop making things up. Research the etymology of Ethiopia. It means dark complexion or burnt face. It never specifies where exactly they originated. It's not a landmass. Ethiop, come on. The Indians are Ethiop here. The Indians were Ethiop here and had black and thick. Their hair black and thick. Their hair black and thick. And what does he say down here? He says, which young man learned of his people that they are thus of dark color like the others. So this is just another paragraph in another part of the book. And I just wanted to emphasize that they're telling you like others. There's many dark colored Indians. Many. This is just a little thing of the Wampanoags. This is Dora's Honorable, they called her. She was like the so-called last known Native American, Nantucket. This is Dorca, Nantucket Island, Massachusetts. She's a Wampanoag. This is Ambrose Pels, Nemasket Wampanoag Mashpee from 1932, a picture of him. All right? Who's the Wampanoag? In 1620, the Wampanoag High Chief Massasoit made a peace treaty with the Pilgrims. These are who the Pilgrims encountered. And what did Martin Luther King say? That before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, we were here. Again, Martin Luther King said this. This is facts. Stop getting emotional. Before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, we were here. We, who's we? Just like last night, everybody was saying, we all African. We, who's the we? You're talking for everybody? You're talking for everybody. So you speak for all so-called Black Americans. All you guys in that panel, you guys speak for all so-called Black Americans, right? And in the Americas, not just in North America. But did you know Martin Luther King said in a speech he gave in a college university? All right, I got the speech in part 1 of my series, From Indigenous American to African American. Go watch it. Go watch it. He said that when the Pilgrims landed here, we were here. We were here before the pen of Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence. We were here. We were already here. Martin Luther King told you, man. He said you're an exile in your own land. You're not paying attention to what he was saying. Why do you think he got, like I said, eventually you can't do that. You can't be down with the boule. You can't be a C Figma, blah, blah, blah. He literally was. This is not, I'm not trying to cap on him. He literally was. And if he had a change of heart and if he used that connections to get, to a position where, well, maybe he did. And if he had a change of heart at some point in his life where he's like, nah, man, you know what? I can't hold on to this knowledge that I know. I'm going to let him know little by little. I'm going to just say subliminal things here and there. Stop judging us based on the complexion of our skin. Do it by the content of our right mind or intelligence, right? Right? Stop talking about crayon colors. Stop focusing on physical appearance so much to the point where you're making up things and saying everybody came from one place. These are Wampanoags. Betsy Jones Oakley, Wampanoag Mashpee Band. Look it up. She's not an African slave. Stop generalizing. Stop stealing people's genealogy and history with your opinions. Kathleen Rocker, she's a Chappaquiddick Wampanoag. Look up the history. Google this information. Rachel Diamond Ryan, daughter of Tamsin Weeks, Atakin Wampanoag. Google the information. Stop getting emotional, man. This is a letter from William Penn, proprietor and governor of Pennsylvania in America, to the Committee of the Free Society of Traders. All right, this is from the 1600s. This is from the 1600s, William Penn himself. What does he got to say about the Indians of Delaware and the place he was in Pennsylvania? The natives I shall consider in their persons, language, and manners, religion, and government with my sense of their original. For their persons, they are generally tall, straight, well-built, and of a singular proportion. They tread strong and clever, and mostly walk with a lofty chin. Of complexion, black. Of complexion, black. Of complexion, they are black, but by design as the gypsies in England. Just like the gypsies, the original gypsies, the original are so-called Negro, very, very dark-skinned people. When they arrived in Louisiana, when they got kicked out of Europe and they ended up in Louisiana, they were even darker than the so-called Negroes that were there. That even the Negroes, this is in a newspaper from 1800s. I read it to everybody in one of my videos. That even the local Negroes said they must be a different Negro race, a different type of Negro race. Yeah, the gypsies, we see them today, right? I told you, ethnic cleansing happened everywhere. The rabbit hole is deep. You guys ready to go watch my videos and learn a little bit? Make you think, verify the information? Don't believe me, just go verify the info. I'm showing you just examples of what I show. This is from my indigenous videos. I got way more topics. All right? Because they're out in the sun and weather. It says here their skins must need to be swarthy. They're swarthy. That's why. They're swarthy. Let me just tell you something about, he says about their language right here. Their language is lofty, yet narrow, but like the Hebrew, how does he know? Well, William Penn and these people, these Quakers were basically crypto Jews and crypto Muslims, most of them. And he was not a white man. Based on his genealogy and who his people were, when we look at the ethnicity of who he was, we know that these were colored people. So dodge the hijack. All right? The language was narrow like the Hebrew. Willful ignorance is the state of ignoring any sensory input that appears to contradict one's inner model of reality at heart. it is almost certainly driven by confirmation bias. Willful ignorance differs from ordinary ignorance when someone is simply unaware of something. So it's okay to be unaware. It's okay to be unaware, but shame on you. Shame on you in that willfully ignorant people are fully aware of facts. I'm trying to let them know. I'm trying to show you the facts, and you could just go easily to my videos and see the sources that you try to demand me to show you. You demanded me to show you the sources, right? You know how long has this presentation? This is 3 hours already, right, or so or more. You wanted me to do that. This is just scratching the surface here. We just scratching the surface, right? You're fully aware of the facts, the resources, but refuse to acknowledge them. Indeed, calling someone ignorant shouldn't really be a pejorative, but intentional and willful ignorance is an entirely different matter. Now, choosing to be ignorant, choosing to be a disrespectful, pseudo, emotional baby, now that's something else. That's a different matter. Willful ignorance basically becomes sometimes referred to as tactical stupidity. And this is what I was dealing with yesterday. Most High is great. I didn't plan to do a presentation like this today. I just go with the flow. You know, I could have done it on his platform, but I was dealing with tactical stupidity yesterday. Tactical stupidity. Tactical stupidity, right? Tactical stupidity, right? Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious. Hey, listen. English is not my first language. Spanish isn't either. I got an accent in both of them. Because when I was 5, I moved to the States. I was just learning Spanish, and then they put me in a English classroom in kindergarten. Bilingual wasn't even around in Boston when I got there in '87. When I got to Boston in '87, they didn't have a bilingual, not in my school at least. So I had to go into this class. I didn't even know English. I used to always get in trouble. I remember getting put in the corner for not being able to sleep and stuff. And they put the hat on me and everything. I remember that, man. They put the hat on me. They put me in the corner because I didn't know English. This is what I'm dealing with. I'm in an old so-called black neighborhood, right? I'm the outcast. I'm the outcast. Yeah. See, to me, it's very ironic that a people that got persecuted and judged and maltreated because of their complexion and because of what they look like, for the same people to go ahead and do it to other people. And that happened to me all my life. I was never enough black or enough white, enough Hispanic, enough whatever people wanted to call it, man. Never enough to people, right? Always want to point fingers like they did yesterday. These clowns, they're really clowns. They kept trying to say, but your people, South America's not the same. Don't talk about our people. You know, you just keep talking South America. Don't talk about our, what are you talking about, man? You're trying to talk about what I look like. You're talking about what I look like. You're not hearing what I'm saying. This ain't about me. I'm not showing you sources about me. I'm showing you general common knowledge. But you're choosing to be consciously stupid. Tactical stupidity. Tactical stupidity. Who am I talking about? These clowns right here. It's scalping season, yo. You see the image on the top? That's what we do. We scalp. We don't play. We warriors. We don't play. You guys got scalped. That's why you got no heads. These are your ancestors. That's what you told me. You told me yourself. You told me yourself, you 3 clowns, that these are your ancestors. You showed me a picture and a drawing of these people. I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe you showed me. This is one of them. I got these 2 screenshot from the video. They were this from last night. I screenshotted when they were showing me this. When they were showing me Neanderthal, archaic, ape-like humans. And then you got the wolf in sheep's clothing pretending to be cool and moderating and being respectful. And then Kurimeo, don't talk over them, man. You being emotional too, Kurimeo. You being emotional too, Kurimeo. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, ching 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 ching. I get it. I get it, man. It's all about that money bag, man. It's not about the information. Shout out to Back for What's Mine. Shout out for Back with Mine. You know, he knows what's up. He knows what I'm talking about. You guys don't worry about what I'm talking about, man. We got gatekeepers, man. Literally practicing cognitive dissonance live. And you watch them and you give them money. You throw money at them. I saw so much money in that chat yesterday. That's just funny to me. People love to be entertained with fighting. That's the society we live in, and that's the reality. And that's why there's so many people gullible. So many gullible people to believe anybody says without ever asking for a source. And I understand a lot of you don't know what a source is, didn't understand all this stuff. Well, you had gatekeepers like this elder right here who came out of the cut disrespectful while I was building with the brother with the black shirt. He came and cut us off because we were starting to bond. We were starting to build. He was actually being respectful at that moment. And this guy came out of nowhere. Let me get on this guy. Foolish, fool. I'm out of here. He got up mad times. He couldn't control his emotion. And he's talking about his grandma told him, you can't argue with a fool because you're going to be, why you doing it? You're a fool. We're both fools. I'm a fool for even going on that platform. I'm going to be honest. I was foolish to go on this platform. I was foolish to trust people. I was foolish to believe that it would be different. I was foolish. You set me up, man. You set me up, man. You set me up, man. You act like you don't know who I was. You act like you didn't make a video called Grandmother's Land. You act like you don't know ODB was a Shinnecock. You didn't tell this guy over here nothing when he was coming at me with his hijack, or him, or this guy. I saw you giving them that. You guys were laughing. You guys were talking mad crap. I know, man. Don't pretend, man. Don't be a wolf in sheep's clothing, man. I see right through you, man. I lost all respect for you, man. I lost all respect for all of you, man. You guys are clowns, man. You guys are damn clowns, man. You guys are so much clowns, man. I'm gonna leave out one of my favorite tunes here that I somebody sent me here. Kiowa knows what I'm talking about. Kiowa calls it the anthem. Kiowa calls it the anthem. Hold up, let me find it. I hope you enjoyed tonight's presentation. Thank you for tuning in. It was a long presentation. I guess I didn't plan to. I didn't even sleep last night. It's already late. It's 1:30 for me again. But I felt like I had to do this, man. I don't take days off. I don't take days off. I work hard every day on this, man. For you guys to insult me and try to disrespect and slander me and try to kill my character, to make me look bad. You guys are clowns, man. You guys are all clowns. You got scalped. That's why you got no heads. You got scalped, man. You got murdered tonight, man. I'm just scratching the surface, man. You're not on my level, man. Recognize that, because the people recognize that. The people right now are watching how ignorant you guys are. You guys didn't even allow me to present this information to you. You had gatekeepers talking shit from the beginning. Didn't let me. Of course I'm gonna react the way I reacted. Of course, I ain't no pushover, man. Now you know who Kurimeo is. Guess what? You got a new boogeyman in town. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. You're gonna dream about me and you're gonna remember my name from now on. Clowns, 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 disrespectful individuals, ignorants. You're clowns, man. And I don't usually do this. I don't be slandering people, but they put themselves up for this, man. I came with respect and love. They showed nothing but hate and ignorance, man. You definitely not my brothers, man. You definitely must be the black Europeans or something that came and colonized. You must carry that European colonization mentality. You coming like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You just full of hate, man. You're supposed to be scholars and shit. You actually just boys chilling in a music studio. You're just boys chilling in a music studio smoking weed. Even the elder talking about flat Earth. Oh, you can talk about flat Earth, but if I try to show you like primary source, something I can prove, you don't go by those sources, right? You don't go by those sources, right? All right. I'm gonna leave you with the anthem. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe. And most importantly, I don't care about the views. I don't care if you donate. I don't care if you're sharing it really. I just really want the word to get out. But I want you to take the time to learn and empty your cup. It's okay. We've all been there. Empty your cup. It's okay. Much love and respect for everybody that tuned in. I love y'all. I really do. Appreciate all the love and support. All the ones that were there yesterday backing me up. All the people who left me the good comments and reassuring me that you guys got my back. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you, man. My wife couldn't believe what was going on. My kids couldn't believe. Like, this was embarrassing for me, man. I got my kids hearing me. Like, what's wrong, Dad? Like, why are you talking to me? Like, what's wrong? Like, oh, how do I explain that to my child? That there's actually adults that act worse than them. There's actually adults that act more childish than my children. There's actually adults. I got 4 kids. I'm a grown man. I'm almost 40. I'm gonna turn 39 in January. What you talking about, kid? That kid. I saw the comments calling me a kid. Hey, thanks, man. I look that young. Yeah, thanks, man. It's that indigenous in me, baby. You know what's up. Cognitive dissonance, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you for tuning in, and everybody tuned in that watched this later. Hey, man. Hey, it's scalping season. Hawa.